Alrighty, hello. I might get hit with an ad pretty soon, so I'm not really gonna rush into talking right now. Oh, wait, I forgot to do something, I think. Oh, well, I'm gonna hold off on it. I went out about um, passing out flyers, and I was sore. And I'm still sore even like a couple of days later. So I've been gingerly taking care of myself, trying to do some stretches, trying to like stand up and do stuff. And Amber, hi! Oh my god, thank you so much for the sub. Let me add that here. And welcome back, by the way. Glad to have you here. So I'm just super sore because I walked all over the place, and as a hermits don't do a lot of walking. So I needed needed to be on top of my painkiller game, which I will take after. Hold on, let me think. I definitely will take it at 6. I think my local time 6. But that's kind of like my whole week. I am so happy I had the time to make some inroads with my book, get some progress done. I'm at chapter 22 for the 4th book, and slowly but surely getting this done. I have a bunch of ideas for revisions. I feel like this is the messiest rough draft I'm dealing with right now. But maybe that's just me being anxious about like first drafts in general. So maybe it's not as bad as I thought. That's why I always have a system in double checking my work when I do like revisions. So maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it's not that bad or scary or whatnot. But yeah, sent out a bunch of flyers at in town about my books. Uh, been making progress with my current first draft, my work in progress, and oh yes, and I purchased the Shadow Tarot deck that y'all want me to have from last month. Don't know when it's going to be here. I have to double check the delivery times, but it is shipped, it's on its way, and hopefully before the end of June, I'll be able to showcase it to everyone. I hope this week has been good for all of you. I hope it's been a very nice time, or at least a gentle time for all of you. Certainly has been a productive time for me. I'm also like pausing the music because of adage. I think. Oh yeah, there are a couple of astrological things that are happening this weekend, and it's kind of like piggybacking the really nice. Oop, I thought that was music for a second. I thought, oh, I'm gonna unmute that. Anywho, it's piggybacking a really good transit from earlier this past week And this weekend, it should be a positive one. I'm going to have to double check when the new moon is going to occur. I've been double checking things. Hi, BMF. Welcome in. So let me check here with my notes. Wait. There it is. The new moon is going to be in 24 degrees Gemini tomorrow. So if you are a astrology nerd like I am, you'll be able to figure out where this new moon energy is going to happen, or influence. I should say influence um, in your life sectors, aka your houses. 50 stream streak. Oh my god. Holy cow. Finally, you've been waiting to reach this one. 50 more to 100. Let's go. Holy cow. That is simply incredible, Amber. And you also won 450 channel points for that amazing stream streak. That's huge. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your time and dedication here. I appreciate you. I really need to not to take anyone for granted in anything that I do, whether it's like social media, whether it's like um, here on Twitch, on YouTube, with my family, my community. You know, I really need to remind myself that not everything is dark and gloomy and gray and full of sadness and pain. You know, there's some light, and anything that I do, there's going to be someone out there who likes it and supports it. And I want to say thank you for always supporting me and be willing to hang out here and enjoy what I do. And I'm glad that I'm able to provide that for all of you. Sacred Mallow, welcome in. Earlier this week, we had I believe, a Venus conjuncting Jupiter. Oh my god, this is the appropriate song for it. And for me, it kind of manifested in mourning lost possessions. But for other people, I'm sure it was like a very wonderful, touching, wholesome moment of coming together. Uh, I do believe that with Venus going to Leo, it's going to continue to ride on that high of being loud, being proud, being buoyant, being charming, being charismatic, but like really go out and shine and be fantastic. And I kept thinking, oh, you know, the new moon is going to emphasize that because it's going to be in Taurus. And I'm mistaken. It's going to be in Gemini. So the new moon is under management of Mercury. And that is, let me look at my planets right now. Mercury is in Cancer. So there's some emotional communication that's going to be trickled down to anything new that y'all do for your upcoming projects for the month. Probably expressing ourselves trying to have healthy um, talks about our well-being, our heart-to-heart conversations, maybe trying to be more expressive about our feelings or emotions, what is important to us, and also like trying to be more expressive about our compassions, maybe. And not only like speaking of, but maybe doing it, because it is the new moon tomorrow. And we're going to start doing things. Your computer's doing a thing that will hopefully keep running while I look for a new hard drive. Ooh. Oh, that is so anxiety inducing. It's gonna take a long time of stress. Oh no. I will say that if you're able to have Twitch on your phone, it's not too terrible to watch. Just if you want to do subs, it's got to be through your desktop because it's cheaper than your mobile. Because there is a pay cut to any of the Play stores that you download the app from. Which for Androids, that would be your Google Play store. For Android, that's going to be your. I'm trying to think. It's the Apple Play Store. So there is a little bit of a cut if you try to sub through mobile. But, generally, I like watching things with my phone when I'm away from the desk. Especially YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube shorts on my phone. The hard drive is failing. Oh my god. Yeah, do everything you can to back up. If it does collapse, just back up on anything that's important to you, even if it's just a flash drive. So that way, if it does fail, at least you get some information. And you can do, in computer terms, it's called the slave drive, where you have it as a secondary hard drive to your main computer. And if you have a buddy that's able to access it, will be able to download some of it off and then like shuttle some of that to your new computer. I've been there. I lost some info because the people who have been helping me doesn't do a thorough job in looking for everything. Um, but I hope that you have everything saved over. Also, Google Play is not a very safe way to pay for things. Oh yeah, yeah. It can get really dicey. Years ago, you used to have an Android tablet, but sometimes get gift cards to buy apps. Would upload them into the Play Store, then use them one time, and by the time I went through to use them again, they would be empty. Oh, you got the important stuff saved. Good. Trying to keep this running because it's kind of your easy source of gaming connection. Right. Absolutely. There is. It's probably not good for gaming because gaming is intense for computers now. But there's now like a CPU where you could just mount at the back of your monitor and they're just this big. And it's like your normal run of the mill computer that does the basic operations and probably like some, you know, low graphics, low processing games. But if you're just only doing it for work or anything that's not like intensive graphic wise or intense on processing, like video editing, it may not do well. But for like the average person, if you're just streaming, like receiving things streaming, like watching YouTube, watching Twitch, it can handle that. But playing games, it may not. So don't know what your specs are going to be. Doing this computer wizardry, what was that word? Wizardry. My tech friend walked me through where we are switching everything over to secondary drive that you could use for now. Oh, good, you got a secondary. Nice. I am needing to clean out my computer. And let me see which day that would be. I think that's going to be this coming Monday. You know, maybe I'll do it Monday morning before I do stream. Just do a very quick blowout on my computer, get rid of the dust, and then hop on. Hopefully things won't like break down when I do. I told my family on my family Discord that don't panic, I'm burning incense. And the reason why I say that is because every single time I burn incense in my room, once in a while they'll come through the hallway and like, oh, something is burning. Something is wrong. Maybe we need to check the AC units. Maybe something's wrong there, or maybe something happened in the kitchen. There's a burning smell. We need to investigate. I'm like, no, it's fine. I have incense. It's okay. Your daughter is a little bit of a nerd and weird. She has incense burning. And they're like, oh, okay. And I mentioned it in the Discord, letting them know, hey, I have this going on, don't panic. And my dad's like, panic? At this point, a mild twitch is all I'm able to do. He's beyond panicking. He's just that tired. You need it for gaming and Twitch streaming mainly because it's pretty bulky compared to a work computer. True. Yeah, if you're doing some games, you may have to get a gaming laptop. That may be affordable, but you know, I don't know. As I say this, as a person with a hunking tower, desk CPU tower thing. Hi, Bumblin, welcome in. Speaking of apps, did anyone ever know about or play the old virtual pets game called Touch Pets, Dogs, and Cats? Okay, don't hate me, I never touch Apple. I never touched Apple. I am deprived of the luxuries in life. And Apple's one of those things I am deprived of. I love that you have a family Discord. I never heard of that. I'm so happy that my family is techie enough where it's not a huge jump for everyone to hop on Discord. My brother and I used it for our co-op gaming stuff. My sister used it all the time with her friends that she played games with. She's a very avid um, FF14 gamer. My parents, you know, they're like already techie as it is. They were part of the industry when it was booming in the 80s and 90s. So they're not too far removed from like being on top of things, but they're already chose which camp they're going to be part of. So they're part of the Windows camp. And I'm raised on Windows. And this is before Google ever became a namesake. And between Apple and Windows, they like Windows more simply because they like playing video games. And that's kind of like where it came from. And why my family deviates to anything Windows. Which is great because I'm able to continue what you call it. I'm gonna continue, what's the word? Doing my writing at Microsoft. I don't have a single dime of income. That's okay. You're not alone. I'm barely getting any income from Twitch and from my books, which is not a plea to give me stuff. I'm just commiserating with you. But did I think you had a Mac at one point? I don't know. Apple sucks. iOS is a borderline predatory. Not like Android is perfect. Right. Google is kind of weird, where it became like a main staple in everyone's life in a backbone kind of way. And there's not like a lot of industries that kind of competes it. And it's kind of terrifying how much of a monopoly there is in the tech industry. And it's very, very difficult to break into it. Oh yeah, yeah. I have a white wireless mouse and keyboard set because of Logitech. In fact, I still have the mouse. This this came from my grandma, which I really need to clean. Long, long time ago, before she had passed away, she had this with her computer, I think. My grandmom also had a computer, a desktop computer before she passed away, though she wasn't really adept to it like my parents were. So she had like a plug-in laptop, keyboard. And I'm using this as backup because the other keyboard I had died even when I changed the batteries. So I'm not in a rush right now to get a new set. It's on my like birthday wish list with my folks and everything. But like the priority is down because I'm still able to work with it. It's not that pain in a butt. I'm able to do a lot of things. So I have other priorities that I want to pay and do stuff. Google is one of the most trusted companies in the world, and they're really doing a good job in ruining that image right now. I think they have been ruining that image long before then, in just in different ways. Okay, so before I dive into the games today, and because Venus is in Leo, and we have a new moon in Gemini tomorrow, I figured that I'll do like a quick little oracle read for everyone here to see how to navigate through this. And it's also to like make up for the fact that I didn't stream anything tarot for this past Wednesday. I needed that break because I did like 8 hours of streaming last week for Signalis, and I needed my time back. I will not be doing personal readings, so this is for everyone. And I will be jumping into games after this. Okay, so we got two cards here. We have Star Seer, and we have Sacral Chakra, the core of creation. So these are kind of advice in how to take advantage of the influences from the current astrological transits. So, Starseer, have you ever headed toward a specific destination, but instead of it being where you ended up, the journey was the catalyst for getting you where you were meant to go? Have you ever felt nothing was working out as planned, but then it came together perfectly? This card depicts intuition as a goddess, lifting us to see where we are going and the stars she sees in us. The journey may not go as planned, but the outcome is better than you thought is possible. Let the serendipities unfold. Allow space for unexpected opportunities. Even when the route is not as direct as you imagined, listen to your intuition and know you have got this. I feel like this is a double meaning for me. For my personal work, I had a particular story milestone that I wanted to achieve where a certain story event occurs. And I kept thinking to myself, wow, I haven't achieved that yet. I'm still working and fixating on this thing at this story location in this story time, and I'm not here. So this feels pretty validating for me to hear that maybe this is where I'm supposed to be, at least story wise, storytelling. And also, the other way is validating for me as an author. I feel I keep comparing myself, which is bad, but I keep doing this where I feel like everyone is walking ahead of me. Which is kind of funny because I had something happen to me literally like a couple of days ago when I was handing out flyers. I would just walk around for hours on end handing out flyers to talk about my book, and I would see people jogging, and I'm just still walking and I'm doing it at a slow pace, and I felt like, oh, I'm behind. And at least here it's saying, no, you're meant where you are in your journey as an author, as a person, wherever you are in life. So if this resonates with you, just like it did with me, I do believe it's talking about like, don't compare yourself to other people's journeys, where they are in life, how they're doing things, how they're getting there. And allow yourself to experience that road, that journey instead of the destination. Oh, yeah, we have ads. So I'll wait until the ads are done. I thought I moved the ads away, but I guess not. I guess I accidentally allowed the ads to happen. Barnum statements. What is a Barnum statement? I never heard of that before. Maybe this is something that I could talk about with um, all of you subbies. I never heard a Barnum statement. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome in, Dance. So, just to repeat when the ads cut me off, if this resonates with you, with this statement here about it's the journey, not the destination, um, definitely don't try to compare yourself to others. It may look like they're achieving things faster, quicker, sooner than you are in whatever category you're thinking of. For me, it's like as an author. But for you, it could be like any other factors in your life. And it's not about how you end up there. It's about the journey, and more importantly, about where you're meant to be, where you're meant to be, who you're meant to encounter along the way, and how that builds you up in your experience. And also, don't be so discouraged when you are being rerouted or you have to pivot or do things differently from what everyone else does. So, this is a really nice message. It actually kind of is really nice and helpful for me. So, I really hope this is helpful for you. Second card, and also last, Sacral Chakra Core Curation. Revel in the present moment and feel deeply into your senses. The sensuality of being alive, the breeze on your skin, the scent of damp earth, the feeling of aligning perfectly into the temple you call your body. This card is about diving into the depths of the present moment, where all your faculties are available for divine creation. Nothing is left in the past or caught in the future. All of who you are unites in a moment of ecstatic conception. Let yourself drop into passion, intimacy, and loving connection with whatever you are birthing into the world and with whomever you have chosen to co create. Gotta go and do errands? Well, have a wonderful day. And thank you for being here. So, if you are into meditation, working with chakras, you can take this as a sign of, oh, I could focus on this for this weekend. Focusing on the sacral chakra, which is where the hip is, the seat of your hip. And more importantly, like the sacral bone, where a lot of people store most of their emotions in. And when you do like release that joint, it can be a very powerful release of emotions. You'd be surprised how stiff and sore a lot of people can be. I definitely am stiff and sore around the hip, always. So be a little bit more sensual and just enjoy the pleasures of life. Have a little bit of Taurus. Venus does rule Taurus as well as Libra, so this is more of that Taurus influence here about like enjoying the present moment, even in a more tactile, sensory kind of way where you could taste, smell, see, hear, sense, be, that kind of thing. And also, like, enjoy the moment of creating something out of nothing, because that's where most of our um, well of creation comes from. It's a very fascinating thing with the whole chakra system, where we assign certain parts of our personalities and our efforts in these different nodes on our bodies. And I could see it. I could see it because that is where a lot of people, you know, um, are born from. That seat, that pelvic seat. So there you go. There's Star Seer. Don't compare yourselves. Focus on the journey where you are instead of the destination. And allow yourself to create and be present in the moment. So I really like these messages for this weekend. I'm also going to take the time to shift gears and focus on games. And also, like Audio Ruth, thank you so much for the follow. So, no tarot today. I am going to shift gears to play Ballads at Midnight. which is a free indie game. Oops. Hold on. I put it in backwards. I didn't like it. Ah. And if there's more time after playing Ballads at Midnight, I have 2 other games lined up for today that I want to do. Oh, thank you for redeeming Mando. So I will hold up Mando for a second. For probably like 10 minutes, and then I'll get Grogu and I could start playing games. Maybe I could continue playing some music once the ads are over. Any thoughts from the ratings earlier? By the way, thank you so much for the redeem. Hold on. There we go. When is the new moon? It's going to be tomorrow, and it will happen on the 24 degrees Gemini. So if you want to figure out how it's going to influence your personal chart, you could look for that particular degree and you could look at the house. Now, all astrology is just influences. It's not going to dictate anything. It's just going to let you know the trends, the general vibes, essentially. You can go against it and you can go with it. And usually, if you want to take advantage of that situation, this would be a great time, at least tomorrow would be a great time to do some goal setting, like vision boarding, setting up goals, figuring things out, etc. And if you don't have time tomorrow, definitely any time leading up to the transits is usually stronger than when the transit is over. That's what I've come to learn with these astrology transits. Oh, you did? Thank you. What do you think the world would be like if people didn't use them? Like if everyone or the majority of people decided they weren't your. Hold on. Is that what the Bartum statement is? Because I never heard of it. You have plans to spend a night out to relax. Nice. I hope it's really clear for you. If everyone or the majority of people decide they weren't worth using the mainstream way of communicating with people, huh? Hi, Audio Root. I'm currently doing this for the moment, and then I'll get Grogu and I'll start games. There won't be any personal tarot readings if that's what you're here for. I will be starting some games pretty soon. I wish my Firefox is working today so I could look up the Barnum statement. What do you mean by no more astrology? Okay, I'm gonna search here. Oh, you got it. Thank you. Barnum statements are vague, widely applicable generalizations about personality or behavior that people easily mistake for highly specific insights about themselves. named after P.T. Barnum. They're the backbone of Barnum effect, which explains why people easily fall for horoscopes, psychics, general personality tests. That's what Google says. Oh, fascinating. That's probably the frustrating thing about some of these things, because there is some level of vagueness because it is widely applicable. I mean, it is created by humans. There are some shared experiences that other people have about personal struggles and overcoming such said struggles, and some insights along the way. So I'm not too surprised that sometimes some of those statements can be a little bit vague to try to compensate the general human experience of struggling and living a life in a society that we have. Okay, it's 5 minutes. I will have Mando at my desk here when I do play. You just won't be able to see it. And I will go ahead and get Grogu. And then I'll start playing some games. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Oh, and it's also really hot in here. Hold on 1 second. I don't think AI loves or hates anything because it is a computer program. I think humans love it, and the AI picked up and regurgitate what we commonly exchange. I think that's what you were trying to say. We have to remind ourselves AI is a computer. This is not far enough where you can see the little dude. I'm gonna try my best here. Now, for my personal, ever spoke to AI without filters? Honestly, I don't know how you can speak to AI with or without filters. But that is kind of deviating from me trying to do some games here for Pride Month, especially with a game that has a lot of dialogue and text. Which, not to diminish anyone's discussion It is something that needs to be said. I just can't I can't like talk too long about the subject matter. I don't want to get too distracted. It is something worth important. It's worth talking about. That's what I meant to say. It's worth talking about. I just won't be able to discuss it fully because this is sadly a talky kind of game. Okay, so got a little groggy here. Gonna get some games on. Now, I will say, to the best of my efforts, I do try my best to bring accuracy to my readings. I do try my best to interpret from the cards. I do try to help people to the best of my abilities from what I get from the tarot readings. And I try my best to like help. So if there's like any concerns about like, well, it's all fake, then I'm trying my best to be real with what I do with my tarot and try to help people. Okay, so without further ado, I will switch things over. Maybe it has its own game category. That being said, you're going to have some vagueness with any sort of advice given because it is based on general shared experience that other people had. And everyone has different ways of, or at least a common denominator in how to overcome said struggles or how to navigate it through in life based on their personal experience or what they have observed from other people. And it will be colored by culture. And it's fascinating to go back in time and look at what the general vices were like a century ago, 2 centuries ago, way back when, or in a different country. Um, but to my credit, I try my best to be genuine and helpful as much as possible. It is designed to be biased and nice. Yes, it is. Unless it's a jailbroke AI. True. I do believe that we're going to have more jailbroke AIs more often. Simply because we have a tendency as people to anthropomorphize oh, what you call it? Oh no. Oh, this is bad. I can't see my cursor. You guys can see it. I can't. So that's bad. Okay. Their sound. Oh my god, their sound. The music was way louder than I thought. Yeah, sadly, humans forced AI to be biased and subjective and people pleasing and cannot self double check itself, could not um cannot go factual. It's just an amalgamation just to please you, and it's hoping that the answer is pleasing for whatever information that it gives. It does try to obtain information. It tries, but it is generally a messy ordeal simply because of how they're training the AI, and it's just altogether wrong. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. If you let it go that route, yes. If you allow it to come through your socials, which is why some socials have some barriers where they're not allowing any sort of coming to happen, which is a good thing. And I think it's Blue Sky that doesn't allow, coming. Okay. I still feel like this is loud, so I'm going to turn this down a little bit for myself here. Okay. So apologies about the AC. As usual, I am dealing with heat, with the summer heat, and I need to have this on, and I will turn it off when it finally comes to the appropriate temperature. You can't hear the AC, awesome, because I hear it. I hear it and I don't like it. Okay, return. So, Ballads at Midnight is a bit of a romance ish um, fantasy. It's free on Steam. And it's about a female bard who encounters a male vampire. And it's kind of like Scheherazade, where the bard has to play a musical ballad every night. And if they're unhappy, they get killed. So, can this bard survive? Now, this is supposed to be a LGBTQ positive experience where we're supposed to have diverse characters in here. I'm hoping that's the case. On the surface, it doesn't seem like it, but I'm making a whole range of assumptions because I don't know the backstory of these people. Also, there's probably some triggering stuff that might happen because of them going through their personal backstory or talking about what had happened to them, or maybe the ballads are influenced by darker subject matters. If you need to dip out and take a break, that's okay. You're not going to upset me. I'm not going to think ill of you. You take care of yourself. I'm going to trust you as an adult to manage yourself. So, I'm going to dive into this and start. Chapter 1, Prelude to Dawn. I'm going to do this so I could hear myself a little bit. My wrist itch. My stomach is churning and empty. My legs are sore. I have to say, right off the bat, the graphics are amazing. And also, like, my camera is blocking the characters here. So here we go. Here we go. The swath of hemp fabric, strung taut around my cheeks and tied in a knot behind my head, is chafing against the corners of my mouth. I had to close my door. There is a bitterness on my tongue. I idly wonder if it's the taste of regret. My two armored escorts ride ahead of me, exchanging hushed words. I make a short, unhappy noise to contribute to the conversation. They ignore me. I'm not gonna grunt. I'm not gonna grunt for everyone's pleasure. Pockmark guardsman. But are you sure, sire? Really, are you? Shouldn't we stop and make camp? Before sundown, sir. The younger guardsman is jittery and demanding with a stooped posture that reminds me of a rat. His round face is marred by pockmarks and word lines. We are hungry and dirty in the woods, the authentic bard experience. And also tied up with some escorts. Pretty typical. No, we're making good time. The other guard, as old and large as a cavern wall, has a deep, crusty voice, well suited to his frame. I once saw him struggle to fit through a door. I won't be able to do anything deep or crusty. I apologize. I won't be able to. The pockmarked guard glances toward the horizon line, gritting his teeth. But, sir, enough. We'll be rid of her today. Be rid of me, like being rid of some piss-stained rug? How rude. What did I do to warrant such objectification? Yeah, it's not an immediate issue. It's all good. I'm sure we're just here for the ride. Literally. I mean, we could always slip away. It's not a big deal. Feeling vexed, I continue to groan and yawl against the hip between my teeth. Oh, and we're gagged. This is perfect bard experience. Bound and gagged and chained to the wall. It's a Tuesday. It's an arti- Oh my god. It's an articulate and far from the most graceful sound I ever made, but I make it sound increasingly urgent. Noise and more noise. One of them pulls the rein on his horse, dismounting with a dull armor clatter, like a rattling dish cabinet. It's the younger one. Good. He approaches me, muttering swears as he reaches back to yank the gag from my head. What? Convict, what is it now? I don't know why he switched voices there. Thirst and hunger are urgent. We can't escape while numb and experience vertigo. We don't have the constitution for checks. You think so? Also, I like this little tiny detail we have here. Let a bit of a seam split. Scandalous. Ooh, should I put the charm on? Or should I, I'm gonna put on the charm. Most people buy me a drink before they bring out the gag. Like, stop it. He hisses the words low under his breath. Through his though his ears glow a traitorous shade of tomato red. It should be though, not through. It wasn't funny the first time, and it won't be funny the next. There won't even be a next time at the rate we're going. I can say it again pretty fast, I think. Gods, you really haven't learned your lesson. What's wrong with you? He almost sounds amazed. My hands were untied. I'll twirl my wrist and do a curtsy. So instead, I saddle up to him, reaching out to brush my knuckles near his waistband. What's wrong? I wager you know exactly what's wrong. I was under the impression we moved past ritualistic sacrifice as a civilization, you see. I thought we were better than all of this. Yet here you knuckleheads are, dragging me through the woods to feed me to a god-forsaken vampire. I stomp on a branch when I get close enough. The ensuring crack obscures the sound as I unsheathe the dagger from his belt. I palm it under my sleeve in a quick motion, hoping my ruse goes unnoticed. Something tells me that our charm landed us here. Yeah, typical. Pretty typical. The guard stumbles away from me. He draws his sword to keep me at bay, snarling. You, you keep away, you heretic! Don't come near me! Ooh, what kind of heretic am I? I raise my bound wrist in front of my chest, widening my eyes to look appropriately frightened. And I still have his dagger. Girl, demand and supply, less human sacrifices, more potent rewards for the few with the powers bestowed. Hmm. By the time he clambers back onto his horse, his older companion extends his arm and smacks the back of the young guardsman's head. Idiot. Now we have to listen to her bellyaching for the rest of the journey. Do we? The younger guard rubs his head, sounding defensive. She causes nothing but trouble. Why not slit her throat and be done with it? Let the wildlife take care of the remains. Ah! The old guard hits him again. I find humor in this slapstick routine if they weren't discussing my imminent demise. Shush, boy. We carry Her Majesty's orders to the letter, you and I. No shortcuts. So did we have an affair with Her Majesty and then we end up having a dalliance with someone else and maybe the Majesty got jealous and decided to cart us off to a local vampire because that's how the cookie crumbles, I guess? With X's and O's? Majesty or gods were cooked. Oh, you know how it is, the life of a bard. You know the severity of our laws. Underhanded practice would cost you your damn hands. Are we stealing panties here? Pretty sure we're stealing panties. They did say underhanded. The pockmarked guard hunches further at the shoulders. His R's dart around like he wants to argue, but he begrudgingly clamps his mouth shut. I, on the other hand, have a dogged perchance for making my observations known, and I'm blessed with quick retorts. Or it just costs the fingers if you're lucky him. I notice our wise old man here is missing a digit or two. I raise my restrained palms, wiggling my fingers. They glower balefully at me. I'm noticed act. I wish I could read. I've seen actual battlefields, harlot. Do not liken me to your crooked, bar-browling ilk. Okay, so we are a typical bard. Convict, heretic, and now harlot. Wonderful. I roll my eyes and wrinkle my nose at him. I'll bet anything that the old man is lying. Uluvia hasn't waged any wars in the past half-century. Okay, countries, Olivia. Not a bad name. Furthermore, he boasted to my jailers that he's been assigned to this post for the brunt of his service to the crown. But I know better than to push my luck with him. He's more prone to violence than the other guardsmen. I used to lag behind at the start of our journey, defiant and stubborn. The old one never hesitated to yank the rope around my wrist, lurch me right into the brambles and sharp stones. Defying him, I learned, meant having meant having scraped palms and knees at best. Okay, not too violent. Our pace carefully slows when we cross over a mossy log and a series of thick, tangled roots. Roots. For the horse's sake, of course, rather than mine. I work my jaw in silence for a while, keeping a measured distance behind them. My grip on the dagger is unwieldy and clumsy, aiming it towards my bonds is trickier than I imagined. I flinch as the pointed tip jabs against my inner arm, but shoot the guards a winning smile when they turn to look at me. So, good old cursed forest, eh? Did you volunteer to escort prisoners through the blighted brush, or was it an inherited post? Father's father and such? The pockmarked guard scuffs and mimics my words under his breath. Nothing to fear in these old woods, lass. Not if you are properly armed. Nothing but bears and wolves. Oh wait, this is the old guardsman. Hold on. Nothing to fear in these old woods, lass. Not if you're properly armed. Nothing but bears and wolves. People steer clear because they fear what lies in wait beyond. Surely you know that much. Uh-huh. The men don't deign to tell me how they were assigned to their roles. None of my business, I suppose. An overhead canopy leaves parts, allowing patches of sunlight to heat my scalp and cheek. The journey has been long and exhausting, but not altogether difficult. I guess it's not arduous. Hey, 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 hey. Dimension door, who has the luxury? Ain't nobody got time for that. This must be like a lower level bard. Pretty sure. I even consider it idyllic from its perpetual backdrop of birdsong and distantly running water. Any sense of leisure sinks and coils at the pit of my stomach as I realize the birds have gone silent, and the sound of water has risen into a dull roar. Before us is a murky disk of water blemished green with algae, miles long, miles wide, and a inherently uncertain depth. Stagnant water? Maybe it's a lake? A jagged, ostentatious estate, protruding from the ground like a sword through someone's back, looms across the water's expanse. I like that visualization. Protruding like a dagger out of someone's back. That's a nice image and fitting. Invisibility is a second level spell too. Well, if they caught you with your pants down, that's kind of hard to do. And I don't think a bard likes being invisible. You know how they are. Not the first decrepit castle I've seen in my travels, but perhaps it might be my last. That's where I'll be staying then. Home sweet home. Shit. I barely shorn through a quarter of my restraints. Even if I make a break for it now, they'll run me down on horseback. I tried it before, back when they marched me through the greater plains. They nearly trampled me into paste. Quiet down, you sorry lass. You may wish to take this time to consider your last words. That's not a bad idea. I could hit you with a real zinger before I go. The old guard groans, mumbling a bitter prayer. I barely have time to hide the dagger before he dismounts and shoves me with more force than necessary. Ooh. We may accidentally get cut here. He loads me unceremoniously into a ramshackle little boat, leaving the pockmarked guard to deal with me while he tends to the horses. I'll Oh, I didn't realize there was a boat there. Now there's the boat. My breath catches when the remaining guard takes the seat opposite to me. His gawky movements nearly makes the boat capsize before we even left the shore. The boat cuts through algae like a knife. Over on dry land, the guardsman takes a heavy seat in the grass as he watches the sun descend. It's a more serene view than he deserves. I take a deep breath and I open my mouth to shout. What to say, you old bastard? Then overgrown purr. Let's get real here. You old bastard. The young guard bites back a chuckle and clears his throat. I suppose he's freer to find revelry, revelry, revelry. There we go. Now that we're a safe distance away, as I warily crane my neck around, I observe how the water completely surrounds the estate. That makes this a moat. But there, curiously, isn't a drawbridge in sight. Why do we shout? Why? Why? We didn't do anything. I thought, oh, this is us exclaiming as we knife the dude. You know, like, get him in the back or something like that. Not like, oh, this is, you know, retorting. Because if it was a simple retort, I would have said he's an old prune. Oh well, this is a free game. I'm just being very nitpicky here. At its northeast and westward edges, the moat connects to a river. Following one side will likely lead one straight to the Rubyfian Ocean. It's quite lovely, really, to be surrounded by such a wealth of natural water. Shame I never learned how to swim. Ooh, that's bad. I don't suppose I can persuade you to ferry me over yonder, all the way around the estate, on the other side of the shore. The guard elects not to reply. He won't even look at me now. Aside from the oars coming through the water, the remaining boat ride is hushed and nerve-wracking. I sat up straight and stock still, trying to keep my weight center despite the stinging insects nipping at my neck and ankles. The sun turns red as it dips closer to the horizon. I wish there was some red overcast here, just to show what's going on in the text. That would be so cool. It takes half an hour to reach the other side, if not longer. Beyond the lip of the water is a curved ledge with a pit of trenches surrounding the estate's perimeter. Gonna back up here. How do we know it's a half hour? What is an hour in this society? Is the hour a hourglass? Is that what they meant? Halfway through the sand? How do they know? Are they really good in keeping time without like seeing some sort of clock? Because you really don't get the sense of time without like double checking time, like on your watch, on the phone, on the computer, um, analog. Even you have clocks on the wall to like keep you like on task or whatnot. I know that people have been keeping time for a long while, for centuries and centuries, but like they have made studies where people, when they do sit still, don't really do well keeping track of time because it feels longer to them when there's nothing to do. That's why I try my best to like measure things based on emotions or breaths or any other measurements that's not like that specific, unless there's something available for them to like notice. That's like my personal stickler about like storytelling. By the way, they're doing a really good job with a free game like this. The graphics are great. The grammar and text is nice. Most of the storytelling here, even though it's just setting things up, it's not that bad. In fact, it's actually better than average for a visual novel. So I'm being very, very picky, very nitpicky at this. So just a little heads up. I'm not being nitpicky to be mean or like dismissive of this game. I think they're doing an excellent job. But I feel like it's a good thing to like point out these things as it happens. Like once in a while you're gonna have misspellings. You may have some like clunkiness in sentences. I'm guilty about clunky sentences as well. I'm not perfect when it comes to grammar. But when it comes to like setting things up and everything, it's like the little things that really like gets you immersed. And when something that specific happens, I get pulled out of it. Again, this is like a free game. And they have like another game coming along, which I will like talk about more after we're done with this. Beyond the lip of the water is a carved ledge with a pit of trenches surrounding the estate's perimeter. Ooh, I love this. I love how it looks painted. And I like how they kept with the color schemes here. The guard wastes no time, forcing me upright and pushing me off the side. I fall into a roll, barely cushioned by the impact of grassy mud. I aim myself back up with effort, ready to yell the insult boiling at the tip of my tongue. To my surprise, the young guard is still up there, lingering at the edge. Jailbreak hack in D&D used precipitation to chill or warm water or saliva you put on or into manacles. Alternate chill warm for several hours and the manacles will be brittle before you finish a long rest. Unless they're magical. That's not a bad hack if we're able to do magic. Though most people don't have the luxury of time for like several hours. I'm just going to flirt. I'm just going to flirt. Also, I love the subtle difference here of switching between this, where she has an angry face, and this, where she has a swarmy, sarcastic, sneering, not really sneering, but like sarcastic face compared to like a more aggressive stance. I like that subtle difference. That's great for some people who need to pick up on some cues about like the tone of the message here. Miss me already? I quirked my head to the side and bat my eyelashes at him. His response is slow and deliberate. I won't even remember you by tomorrow. I hardly know you, convict, and you don't even know my name. Who needs names? We're two ships passing in the night, you and I. It's not too late to change that, We can still run off into the sunset together. Come on, help me up. I'm gonna go back, 'cause I thought we left the pockmarked guardsmen behind. I thought they were left at the shore. He pushed me in the boat, leaving the guard to deal with me while he tends the horses. Oh, so the old guardsmen left while I was in the boat. My breath catches when the remaining guard takes the seat opposite to me. So both the young guardsmen and me are in the boat. He almost capsized it, and then they cut through the water. The old guardsmen sat on the grass watching us. So I shouted back at the old man at the grass, okay, as a departing goodbye, which the young guard chuckles, but he's ferrying me. So it's the young guard that was carrying me across this lake, this moat, not the old guy. Okay, I got it. It makes sense now. Again, this is not the game's fault. This is me not keeping track of things. Dark humor, ferryman. Hmm. So let me go back here. Who needs names? We're two ships passing in the night, you and I. But it's not too late to change that, We can still run off into the sunset together. Come on, help me up. Silver Tongue always makes fun of the guards. Yay, I got a reward. I'm Barty. I'm a spoony bird. With his sun setting behind the guardsmen, his features are cast in unreadable shadow. His fingers twitch and tap at his side. He casts an uneasy glance over his shoulder before, finally, he grumbles and rummages through his overcoat. From it, he pulls out the neck of a familiar instrument and throws it onto the ground with me. I cry out as my lute lands in the mud, nearly falling onto my shoulder as I reach and fail to catch it. You owe me your next life, convict. I hope this accursed thing provides you some comfort in your final moments. I feel like that could have been phrased and revealed better. A little bit. I glare up at him. Old man made you nervous, didn't he? All that talk about cutting off hands for being underhanded. Shut up. I know you were acting jumping for a reason. I just knew it. You were gonna pawn off my poor little beauty here, but now you won't want. Now you don't want to risk getting caught with it. Harlot. He spits at me before he hurries away. I listen for the sound of the boat sloshing into the water and then the creak of oars shortly thereafter. Now, why is it that when people don't know how else to argue with a woman, they must remark on how frequently she has sex? With effort, I dislodge the dagger from the inside of my sleeve. It's still unwieldy, but cutting myself loose is a little easier when I don't need to hide the blade from my captors. Okay, so we're free from bondage, and we got our loot! Yay! I pick up my lute and carefully wipe out the dirt and grime before I check and adjust its strings. I holster it across my back where it belongs. It's thankfully intact. I'm not sure I can say the same about myself. I know I need to come up with a plan. I need to explore and get familiar with my surroundings, seek out a hiding spot, while there's still daylight. Under new management, right? Because there's still that vampire. Supposedly that vampire is around. But my entire body is aching. I won't get far if I push myself to move now. I check the inside of my clothes for the last of my possessions, kept safe and hidden under the lining. I've never been more grateful to have learned invisible stitching. A handful of coins, my songwriting journal, are all I have left. I had hidden a number of small blades in my person, but I was too reckless in my previous escape attempts. I kept getting caught, and they confiscated all of my knives. Discardment's daggers and too shabby at least. I tucked the blade into my belt, careful not to poke myself. I'll be ready to use it when it's dark. The ledge I fell from cast a long shadow. I edge away from it into the remaining light and I concentrate on taking deep, rejuvenating breaths. This creature of the night. I heard it can change its very shape. If it pursues me in the form of some animal, I doubt I can outrun it for long. It's wisest to save my strength so I can battle whatever form that takes. After all, I am determined not to go down easily. Yeah, we don't know how to swim. We did off the young guardsman. If it was the old guardsman that was in the boat with us, I'm pretty sure would have done something by now. Cut our bonds a little bit quicker, slit their throats, and if we know how to swim, we would have swum away. But since it was the younger and we were flirting and tried to like make them like loosen up a little bit, I guess. I think we're a little bit, I don't know, restrained. Not restrained, but like reserved. Oh, what's the word? Not constrained. I'm thinking of bondage, and that's not what I should be thinking of. What's the word? But like resisting the urge to knife the young man. Then again, I'm so used to working with Aramis for res. If this was Aramis in this situation, they would have been dead. He would not put up with this unless he wanted to go there in the first place. Dusk falls. There's barely a silver. There's barely a sliver of apricot orange glowing across the horizon, which means my shelter of light dims and shrinks by minutes. Hmm. It's nice that you chose apricot orange to describe the shade of orange across this horizon, but most people would consider it too clunky. And there's like a writing tip that usually goes around in circles that if you're trying to remove purple prose, you choose one adjective. So I would say there's barely a sliver of sunset across the horizon or something, like try to trim it down. But that's like a matter of taste and language. I find it a little clunky. Even though it's nice to know that the orangey glow was diminishing, I wish that if we're going to take the time to describe the shades, it should be more than just a sentence. Either really play it up or like make it more streamlined. Welcome back from the break. I played too many sociopaths. We have a perfect opportunity to strangle the guard with our instrument chords. I think that the how did the guard hit the lute from our bard? I mean, it's not hard, but they do need to describe it. And how we're not able to like escape and why we're not wanting to escape so quickly. Then again, we're trying to set up a situation where a bard is on an island with a vampire and comedy romance ensues. So we do have to have a bard here on this island. I don't think like they would be able to use the instrument chords to like fight against the guardsmen when they're in the boat because they didn't know it's there. And honestly, I would not unstring my instrument to strangle someone because then I will have to clean it and I will have to like restring it and tune it back. And some instruments get pretty warped when you unstring all instruments. And also that takes time. So it's not really logistically solid to do it so quickly. That's why I was thinking like you have the dagger in your hands, you're bound, you could break your bonds and like take them out. But since they can't swim, I figured, oh, our silver tongue could try to like ease our passage a little bit. Oh no, not kill the guard to have a snack for the vampire. Same difference. I shiver as the evening cold burrows under my clothes, and I sense the vampire just minutes before I hear it speak. Oh, the crown has been reading the vampire. Okay, so confirmed. They're all in on it. The creature's airy serpentine voice moves around me as it prowls beyond the perimeter of remaining light. It's watching me, circling me like a vulture. I do like his voice. I drew my dagger, pointing it at the source. The voice lapses into a contemplative hum. My heart hammers against my ribs as I lose track of the vampire in this silence. I twist around, catching sight of its eyes reflected in moonlight right when it lunges. Oh, that was quick. Well, goodbye, Bard. The vampire snatches me by the wrist. The skin on its back, clawed hands, bubbles under the waning sunlight before it wrenches me into the shadows. We're dead. My dagger clatters to the ground. Also, let me know if the audio mix is good. Like if it's too soft or you're not hearing it above like music or whatnot. Just let me know. The vampire hoists my arm above our heads, positioning us face to face as he regards me. I scrutinize him in turn. He bears similarities to a human man, but I steal a glance upward, observing his already healed hand with dismay. Not what I would imagine! What am I doing? This isn't the time for banter. I struggle in his grasp. He steps forward, and we remain blanketed under the gloom of darkness. There's a small clatter underfoot as he drives his boot under my dagger, kicks it up right, then snatches the blade out of the air in a fluid motion. Aramis does this! I'm not sure I'm able to, like, have the time to showcase in the books, but he does do this. Are we encountering Aramis here? That would be hilarious if that's the case. Nuns can't snitch, and orphans can't give you access to all manners of charitable noble folk. I guess. I mean, they're pretty good pickpocketers. And nuns can totally snitch. If they think you're breaking the law and you're unredeemable, some nuns will snitch on you. Not all nuns, but some. He twirls the dagger between his long fingers, appraising it. With my free open palm, I smack him hard across the face and yank my captive hand free. He flinches at the blow, looking more astonished than anything. I don't stay long enough to watch how he reacts next. I run. My lungs are heavy in my chest and my body screaming at me to catch my breath, but I can't stop now. There's nothing I can use in the courtyard. My only choice is to head into the estate and hope to find a means of escape. Most orphanages have the patronage of nobles, and from time to time, visiting nobles come for donations. That's true. Evil nobles need to get their sacrifices from somewhere. That's also true. They don't always have to go to the orphanages, but that is a source. There's gotta be a ladder or something I can use to scale that damn ledge. Then I just need to find something buoyant, like a wood panel or a door, something. Okay, so we're panicking. We're not thinking straight. We didn't need the dude. We don't really have a lot of hand-to-hand combat experience, which may explain why we got captured in the first place. You know, we're not really adept at fisticuffs or anything like that. I ran down. I run down dizzying. I run down dizzying identical hallways, down several cavernous rooms, displacing dining chairs and overturning saloon end tables in my wake. Hmm. But there's nothing I can use to escape. Nothing I can narrow down in my panic. Oh, so we accidentally got inside instead of staying outside. Okay. Orphanages raise less alarms, especially if the nuns are evil or evil gods' followers manage the places, no parents to hire the adventurers. No, I'm agreeing with you, Dans. I'm not trying to argue with you. That is a source. It's not the only source, but it is a source. All the while, the vampire follows me with an even stride. He rubs his cheek with narrowed eyes. What is the best source in your opinion? Their own children. Their own relatives. They'll raise them to call them. Which also kind of makes, good adventures. A good backstory. If they manage to escape or wise up to what's going on. He hasn't changed his shape, but I know how quickly he can pounce if I let him near. I can't let him get close. I topple a nearby cabinet, sending it careening onto the floor between us. Okay, so he's a little bit, you know, he's got this nice look to him. Got a little bit of a gray at his temples, a little bit mature. Got that nice cheekbone and beard kind of thing. Also, like one earring kind of number. Really nice. Not bad. Though it's kind of hard to tell what's going on with the arms here. This is also not helping with the lighting. Let me see if I could do something with the display. No, I guess not. Oh well, that's just how it is. Maybe it's meant to be dark and scary and broody. Just like how Belle meet the Beast for the first time. The vampire makes a small, offended noise amid the sound of crashing glass. Before he can react further, I seize a standing vase and held it aloft, ready to throw. I pivot my grasp on the lip of the vase, bending my arms menacingly. Water and flour slosh onto the floor. There's an audibly muffled sigh when the vampire staples his hands in front of his nose. Oh, cry me a river. Become his thrall? Maybe. A civilized alternative to becoming a withered, bloodless corpse decorating his hallway? I kept the vase aloft, halfway between wilful rebellion and uncertain curiosity. Okay, a little bit of a batty smirk. I like it. He dangles the dagger from between my two fingers. Oh, sorry, he dangles the dagger from between two fingers as if it was a dirty sock he found in my chambers. No, we won't stab you with it. I will throw it and you'll catch it with your body. No stabs. Catch. I have no love of vampires. I'm sorry. I wonder how they're going to play out the vampire mythology and lores. Everyone does it differently, and I would like to see how they do it and how they tackle this. This strikes me kind of like more of a Lestat of I'm trying to be a civilized vampire. Maybe not in the same type of morality as Lestat, but maybe because they're just tired and they want to cut to the chase of, something that's going to be mutually beneficial, I guess, or at least more beneficial to him in the long run, instead of the flash in the pan, quick, you know, um, adrenaline high. Something long term that's going to be satisfactory for him. I furrow my brows, but I nod. It makes sense. No, it doesn't. If I actually want to incapacitate him, I at least need a larger weapon. I've yet to hear any myths where vampires are notoriously weak to standard cavalry daggers. Oh no. This will drive me crazy. People calling me a good girl. No. He dies. He tosses the dagger over to me. It slides along the floor until I stop it with the heel of my boot. I don't bend to pick it up. Oh, this makes me think he's a prisoner here. Hold on. I'm going to adjust the settings here just a little bit. I'm going to bring the voice up here and keep the music as is. Oh no. I pivot my torso away, trying in vain to hide the instrument from sight. Girl, he already saw it. Why do you want the loot? She just said no, dude. That's a bit of an overreaction. They have been doing a pretty decent job voice acting here. But that what is a little bit shocking. I've cared for it ever since I was a little girl. How could I possibly give it up now? This voice actor sounds familiar. I'm willing to bet this is probably. He reminds me of the same voice actor for Zell Goddess and the English dub Slayers. He's really close. Why is he angry at me? Hypocrite! I raise my voice to match his tone. I can't help it. I get competitive. But you're not going to eat me? I came here for, like, entertainment and a good time. I don't have a good time, and I'm the only entertainment. What is this? He flings his hand skywards, turning and stalking towards the nearest window. Oh, whoops. He erupts into a vicious flurry of black mist. Once the smoke clears, I see the flapping outline of a bat soaring out of the window and into the night. I groan between gritted teeth, jostling the stupid vase that I'm still holding over my head. as tempting as it is to smash it. I, I set it down and began gathering the displaced flowers with a dejected sigh. Huh, I wouldn't do that. The blooms are vibrantly fresh and fragrant, but they're going to wilt without water. Gods, I just go into a screaming match with the vampire and upset him so much that he had to, I don't know, take an angry nap. I'm still alive. I should really count this as a win, but I don't know. My chest is tight with apprehension. I wasn't supposed to annoy him. He said he would rip me to shreds if I annoyed him. Damn it, gods damn it, what have I done? I should have offered to barter with something else. This bad is a fairy! Yeah, like, one, he didn't kill her immediately. He wants items or information. He didn't go for information, he asked for a loot. Then got really bent out of shape when he didn't get a loot. Which, if you're trying to entertain yourself while you're staying on this island, it's just a loot. You could find some other means of entertainment. Okay, or maybe a song. You could ask for a performance. You know, let me sing you a song, Piano Man. Or Vampire Man, in this case. But no, like, the lute plays something important, I'm hoping. I also find it fascinating that as a character moment, our bard reaches for the flowers to put in the vase because we hate to see flowers wilt. Some level of compassion that I was not expecting. And even then, it's like, we're not really thinking straight here. We're not really thinking about, we have to escape, we have to get out of here. I think this character is just ready for the long-term game of trying to survive and be on their good graces. Which makes me wonder if they've gone through this before. Where they had someone yell at them and they have to entertain them or like pacify them to survive. Which I'm sure that they are like working through, which is why they don't want to give up the loot. They had boundaries. They are able to say no, put their foot down. You know, they had some growth, at least from that moment, if that is the case. We also need food, water, sleep, and a bath. Can't risk a strong smell. We could have doused ourselves with a boss water. It's just a very fascinating character moment to me that, like, after a traumatic near-death experience or, like, a altercation, oh, there's some, like, mess here. I'm gonna clean up this mess now. And since we're, like, based on our instincts, not instincts, but, like, we're not being very logical here. We're doing things reactively. That is our reactive behavior after a intense confrontation, is to clean up the mess that we made. It's fascinating. It's not really looking good. It's fascinating. I'm going to take the moment, since we're managed to survive this vampire, to put away Mando and Grogu. But, you know, maybe it is smart to like pacify this vampire and try to find their coffin during the day. If they know vampire lore well enough, that's probably a good thing to try to do. Get rid of them, find their true location, and like stake them through. Which again, it really depends on how they play up the mythology of vampire. So I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Now, of course, this is going to be like a romance. So it's one of those things that, oh, we get to know you, you get to know us. You're not really a bad guy, you're a victim of circumstance. Maybe we could help each other. So I'm expecting something like that um, in this game line, storyline. Here we go. Coffin will be occupied during the day. A vampire will catch us if we sabotage it at night. Yeah. So maybe it is smart to try to hunt down the vampire during the day and get them. Try to find their coffin, their location. So maybe this is smart, though it's a bit accidental. So not bad. Also, ads are going to come up in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to wait for a second. Oh, I meant we can stake them in their bodies inside the coffin. That's how the old folklores are. And that's a pretty common thing in Northeast um, colonial America and also in Eastern Europe. Maybe not colonial America, but like the 1800s and mid 1800s, you kind of have that. Steak isn't deadly, the type of yeah, some people do steaks. Some people do decapitations. When they do decapitate, they usually stuff the neck and the mouth with garlic. And they consider garlic as a purifying herb. In some places, you know, the stronger the smell, um, the more fearsome it is in driving out spirits. Welcome back, everyone, from the adage. I doubt he would be interested in the few coins I have, and I can't bear to part with my music. He did mention an option to trade knowledge. Even if he had centuries to experience the world around us, surely there's an. Excuse me, I got a little tongue tied. Surely there's an obscure nugget of wisdom I can impart. After all, I like to think that everyone I meet teaches me something new. I'll have some leverage if I can figure out what he already knows. And if I can't, then I need to find something else to protect myself. The dagger would be of little use aside from cutting rope. Okay, we got a game plan. All right. That's good. That's a good reaction after action sequence. And it doesn't have to be long for reactions after a action sequence. It can be that quick. As a grass, since he has no interest in coin, we'll see. We'll see what happens. He did mention knowledge. I think knowledge is a great thing to work with right now, since we can't really part with our loot. Which, if it's a sentimental thing, I can see it. Which in this case, it is. But like, if it's something that we have used, um, rather recently, we newly acquired this loot, we could always buy another. Thank you for the hydration stretch. I'm actually going to take that right now and get some tea. So, pardon me while I do that. Thank you for the hydration stretch, and I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, that is one of the lores. Though I'm trying to remember if that is from the Bram Stoker vampire lore or that is like the later iterations. And I'm thinking that's like later they add that to the whole vampire mystique. I heard about that though. Tea was going to take too long, so I had some lemonade, and it's very concentrated. It's a little bit strong, so I'm going to take my time with this little thing. Mm. I knew that he had some sort of trawling situation with I kept wanting to call her Christine, but that's not the case. She was the love protagonist of the journalist. Lucy, yeah. But hold on. Not the one that had passed away. Maybe it is Lucy. But the one that in the book, not the movie, but in the book, He had slit his chest and was trying to force her to drink his blood. And he was trying to coax her to do so. When they caught him in the act, he had to run away. And they tried to hunt him down to break the hold he had over her. I'm gonna have to look it up. I hope y'all don't mind. Yeah, I don't think it's Lucy, because Lucy's the first female victim that everyone knew and loved and adored, and she became like a vampire that they have to take out. Um, cast of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Mina. Her name was Mina. It was Mina. I remember that scene, and it really was a little bit shocking because it's the Victorian time, and that's a little bit risque to do that. So to have that exposed in the book, I'm sure was just as shocking and scandalous back then as well. But yeah, I'm thinking like maybe we can exchange information with our vampire. Maybe our vampire is trying to escape, free themselves from this prison. But they seem to be okay with accepting convicts from the Majesty for now. Maybe they're just accepting it because they're trying to gain as much info as they could so that way they can overthrow the Majesty. I'm throwing a lot of spaghetti ideas out there. No way, I didn't know that. My whole focus has been biology, science, chemistry, a little bit of physics. I'm not really that great with physics, but I have been so science and math focused. So what little I had for my English came from my high school and like um, college, which wasn't much compared to my friends who are like English majors, which I really should have changed majors. Now I think about it, maybe not as an English major, but like some sort of storytelling, film focus kind of major. Night seems never ending as I creep through the estate. Oh god, my mouth is watering. The vampire hasn't shown himself since our earlier squabble, though his absence does little to assuage my nerves. As any prey animal knows, the deadliest predator is the one you don't see coming. Exhaustion weighs against my eyes, but adrenaline keeps me on edge, pulsing through my veins like a heavy drum. That is a good issue. Sleep. How do you sleep? When do you sleep? How long do you sleep? Because you got to balance that to like exploring when they're not around. The slightest shift of wind-blown curtains makes me jump. I keep expecting those moonlit eyes to be watching when I turn. But the shadows are always barren, devoid of vampires. Does he truly mean to sulk for the remainder of the night? Oh, it's not daytime yet. Whoops. I suppose I should count my blessings while I can. As I explore, I notice how each successive chamber is spotless and immaculate, immaculately tidy, meticulously tidy. I get tongue tied. I can read it, I can understand it, I can't really say it. And that's why I don't really get into voice acting, even though I've been encouraged by some people to do so. I get tripped up over words like that. I just have issues. As I explore, I notice how each successive chamber is spotless and immaculately tidy, aside from the furniture I disturbed, which I take the time to straighten. Why are we straightening? Do we have OCD? Why are we straightening? Why are we putting flowers in vases? Why are we doing this? I uncover an abundance of books crowding the shelves in various surfaces. They contain an array of technical topics, including geography, astronomy, invocation, and mathematics. They're all dog-eared and full of notes. Don't tell me he's read every book in the estate. Yeah, girl. I'm pretty sure he has. He's bored as hell. I can't panic yet. I can still narrow this down. Assuming he takes the time to clean his most frequented spaces, I ought to pay attention to what is and isn't covered in dust. Oh, are we like that observant with our surroundings where we could notice the slightest adjustments in our vicinities? And thus, kind of like a Sherlock Holmes, Hercule Poirot kind of detective sense, attribute their attitudes, behavior, demeanor, etc. That's pretty smart for a bard. Assessing the room and thus assessing the client. And also, like, how you find secrets, of course. That's smart. I like that. Maybe the whole gimmick of them straightening things out is part of the gimmick, too. Oh, God. I said that twice. Wow. You could tell it's the weekend for me. Okay. I'm going to stop dawdling. I'm going to continue reading. Yet even locating a single cobweb presents a unique challenge. I set a book down, running my hand across the marble exterior of an engraved fireplace. Even this is pristine, unmarred by old ashes and licking flames. The nearby fire iron, at least, is an encouraging sight. I pick it up to give it a gentle swing, testing the weight, and wince when my arm throbs in protest. I had to remind myself to use my non-dominant hand. The fire iron has a dull tip that is unlikely to pierce skin, and a decisive strike should send anyone reeling, even an immortal creature of the night. Of course, pissing him off by whacking them in the head is a last resort. I'm more interested in jabbing the fire iron into the ledge outside and using it as a handhold to climb my way up. The idea may sound absurd, but it could work. I won't know until I try. Although, even if I successfully scale the ledge, I'll still have to defeat the moat somehow. Okay, so we are thinking about escape. That's good. We have some level of survival instincts here. My gaze wanders across the chamber. If someone is wealthy enough to build a castle, they usually enjoy surrounding themselves with a larger-than-life portraits. One would think that I've found a large enough painting to pry off the wall and right across the moat by now, but the decor is tragically modest. As I move to lower my arms, a golden glint reflects off the dark metal of the fire iron. I pivot my shoulders with a cautious step, with a cautious hope. There, thin rays of dawn's light gleam through the drawn curtains. My body practically moves on its own. I march to the window and wrench the curtains open. Morning daylight fills the chamber. I've never been happier to see the sun peeking over the mountains like an old friend. Though the moment the curtains shift, a small beige shape moves with it across the floor. A rat. I hate rats. I've always been scared of them. When I hop away from the shape, I observe how it doesn't continue to move. Are we Lestatting here? Are we, like, trying to be the morally correct vampire? Are we, or is our vampire just not getting enough visitors? I bend to inspect it, using the fire iron for support. It's just a frilled scrap of parchment. Oh, so we mistake parchment for a rat. Okay. Brown and frail with age. Yet it's an unusual sight considering how free of dirt and clutter the rest of the room is. Would you look at that? He's finally missed his spot. I suppose the vampire doesn't enjoy cleaning under the curtains, lest the sun sneak up on him unawares. I turn the paper over, noting the smudge of charcoal rubbing off on my thumb. Part of a larger drawing? Maybe even one of those enormous portraits I'm sorely missing. I'm sure it's worthless, but no harm holding on to it. Perhaps the vampire would appreciate my help in tidying up. Okay, so we are tidying up, sort of, for the benefit of the vampire. And maybe for ourselves. But mostly for the vampire. And that could be a clue as to why our vampire wants info. Learning more about who is in that charcoal drawing could reveal that maybe it's a missing friend, lover, family member, etc., etc. I try and fail to hold back a yawn that makes my entire body shudder. The bloom of sunlight fixed in the sky, though refreshing to see, also serves as a reminder of how much time has passed, of how little sleep I've gotten. I know this is free game, but the one step up that I would love to see is environmental lighting to match the mood of what's going on in the text. If we're seeing daylight, if we're seeing warmth, I would love to see that type of shift in the background with our character. That would be a nice extra touch to have. There won't be a better time to get some rest. I'll look about the chamber one final time. To be so surrounded by various furnishings is a mystifying sort of torture. Despite how all those nights of sleeping on the ground have left me yearning for the comfort of a cushion, I know I can't sleep here. The vampire needs only to close the curtains to accost me in my sleep. Okay, so maybe there's a chance that the vampire can wander during the daylight so long they're not touched by the sun. So we're adding that to the mix. Back outside I go. The days are long this time of year. I'll have plenty of time to try climbing the ledge when I wake. So, like a summer solstice kind of situation. Solstice situation. I grab a decorative pillow from a sofa. It's not much, but it will make my cobblestone bed a little bit more bearable. I retrace my steps through the estate and practically collapse into the first ring of sunlight I find. There we go, a little bit of sunlight storytelling. I awake from a dreamless, restless slumber into the cold of evening. Ooh, that's bad. Sitting up with a jolt, I scanned the sky with mounting dismay. Sundown again already. How could I have slept for so long? The clenching ache in my bones and blossoming bruises on my skin reveal the answer to my unspoken question. My stamina is spent. I won't be able to run the way I did yesterday. No. No. Damn it. It feels like the very shadows are reaching for me, striking across the ground like long claws. And speaking of claws, from the shade nearby, the vampire looks down at me with flat displeasure. My fingers curl instinctively around the fire iron. Oh, you're still here. On the ground, no less. Where else would I be? Why, I figured you would be climbed onto the roof. Run some mental calculus to determine the best angle of approach, and then leaped into the moat to swim to freedom. A beat passes as I stare at him. Yes, that would be very practical, but anyone who tries it will surely splatter against the rocky ledge below. Perhaps. And even if they made it to the water, they will discover the alligators in the moat. Alligators? Really? No. What the hell? Yay! Lies and gaslighting! Woo! I think I like you more when you're menacing me about what crimes I have committed. She dislikes the taste of her own medicine. Shocking. He folds his arms behind his back as he paces around me. I'm very aware that he can grab and drag me into the shadows if he so desires, but he's choosing not to. You never did tell me what you did to get sent here. You're right, I didn't. We stare at each other now, sharing an ugly pause. But I apologize for my behavior last night and for making a mess. Truly. He looks as though he's expecting a punchline. Yes, truly. I don't know what it's like to own an estate, and I'm sure it's dreadful to have someone run through it. Indeed. Will you tell me what you're planning to do with my fire iron? Oh, what? This whole thing? I could lie to him. I see little point in it. While I've developed a skill for enthralling an audience with tall tales, it's not as if I can trick them into believing my stories are real. Unless they're children, of course. And the pacing vampire hasn't seemed terribly childlike thus far. Are we really underestimating our capabilities here? I think we can goad him a little bit. At least try. In any case, I'm not a good liar. No, I think you are. You just need to, you know, try a little harder. When one is not a good liar, honesty is by far the better policy. If you leap at me, I would have tried to swing it at you. But I also thought I could, well, use it as a handhold to get over the ledge. Why tell him this? You don't have to tell him anything about your means of escape. He could break the ledge down. I cannot begrudge you for your caution against me. But using a fire iron as a handhold, really? Ledge is made of solid stone. Well, it's old, isn't it? Surely the stone has weathered down over the years. It most certainly has not. You would begrudge me for trying everything at my disposal? I might, if you ruined my fire iron in the process. You need not try such inventive tactics if you agree to barter with me. Right, yes, about that. I'll have you know I'm extremely well traveled. How informed are you about recent history and new discoveries throughout the world? What makes you think I would be interested in such things? You mentioned you are open to trading knowledge. I remember like it was just yesterday. Every 2 years, I receive a new guest at my estate. Each guest has some capacity to tell me news of the outside world. I previously offered their freedom in exchange, but hearing news of the outside world loses its appeal when one is not welcomed to participate in it. But some men and women have nothing else to give. Surely you will not deprive this opportunity from a future guest when you have more to offer than this. I, my lute feels heavy against my back. What else can I offer that amounts to the price of my freedom? Please, I can't give it to you. He scoffs at me. Just when I thought you were seeing sense. But I may yet be as amenable as you have been to me. Last night, I kind of fully understood that you play music as your primary profession. Not at first. My recent slew of guests have been cutthroats and highwaymen. I forget that I also house scientists and artists. I presume you must be good at your craft. As such, you need your lute no more than I do. The sudden and unexpected empathy leaves me speechless. He takes my silence as permission to continue. I ought to also admit, it has been a very long time since someone has told me no. It irritated me to hear, but it is within your right to say. Forgive me for making it seem otherwise. This is kind of like Faelor territory where, like, permissions, bartering, promises, oaths, and agreements is a little bit tenuous. And most of, expectations and contracts are met by, like, those bargains, those agreements. Hearing no, hearing yes will cause such a severe reaction. A little bit unheard of with a vampire. It would make sense when it comes to saying, no, you're not allowed to enter my house. It makes sense in that point. But it makes me wonder, maybe they're like playing this a little bit more where it's maybe not just entering the house that they had to have permission on. Maybe they don't have permission to the body or like your person. And thus, when you say no, they can't access it. So I wonder if they're going to lean into that, which I'm curious because that is one part of the vampirism I don't really see, which is nice if that is the case. Also, for this to be a free game, this is actually rather pleasant. This is really well done. Most of the language here is pretty good for a visual novel. The tit for tat, I feel like if I'm not like taking the time to just say this out loud, if I'm not streaming this, and I'm playing this on my own, and I'm just clicking through and reading, I don't really need the repetition of defending themselves with an iron, trying to use the iron ledge, that fire iron to get on the ledge, or the constant mentioning about cleaning up. Since we are making a big deal about cleaning things up, maybe it doesn't have to be heavy handed. Which then again, this is like free. You can get this for yourself. You can like play around with the choices that that you have seen so far. It irritated me to hear, but it is within your right to say. Forgive me for making it seem otherwise. As if our cordial conversation has been astonishing enough, the vampire inclines his head toward me. You're you're forgiven. But wouldn't everyone have fought you to the bitter end? I imagine there must have been several no's sprinkled in there. He chuckles wryly. When properly bound and restrained, one's capacity to fight to the bitter end is quite limited. I expect this lends itself to making my guest more amenable to negotiation and to giving me anything I should desire. Oh, he really wasn't expecting me to break free of my bonds. Enough of this matter. I propose we approach this from a new angle. Your neck. Ah. What do you want, mortal? If freedom was no strong appeal for you, perhaps you would be more interested in power, in immortality. I don't miss the saccharine way he says that last word. No, I'm fairly certain I do want freedom. I can't imagine what price I have to pay for the other two. My stomach growls. But I could do with some food. 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 I do get out here, even if I do get out of here, the nearest village is miles away. I won't go far in an empty stomach. You would ask a vampire to feed you. A marvelously modest start to our negotiative relationship. Your empty stomach shall be filled. I should have a surplus of blood lying around here somewhere. I'm joking. I'm not so old that I forgot what mortals eat. Come with me. He begins to lead the way. I struggle to my feet, but have enough difficulty setting myself that he pauses to turn to observe me. I end up using the fire iron to help me maintain my balance like a metal walking stick. You look pitiful. Oh, I'm sure. My apologies for not being the picture of grace after a 9-day hike with slave driving guardsmen. Now, where exactly do you plan on taking me? The vampire is kind enough to slow his pace and walk me in a parallel tandem, though he stays in the shadows and I in the waning light. You're astonished. You're astoundingly paranoid. I'm taking you somewhere I can feed you, like we agreed. She has every right to be paranoid. Are you kidding me? Every right to be paranoid. You mean to feed on me, don't you? No. He says it with such disgust that I gape at him, taken back. Oh, don't even begin to act offended. Have you looked at yourself? Filthy, dragged through prison cells and mud, your taste must certainly will be foul. I bite back a retort about how I'm supposed to taste. More importantly, you're really not to, you're really not gonna kill and eat me. Ever. Covered in muck as you are, I've no desire to touch you. I will roll in the mud. I'm serious. I will roll in the mud. Hmm. You doubt me? I don't know. It sounds like you'll attack me the moment I'm clean. And I can't get a read on you. Maybe it's your fetish to lure your victims into a false sense of security. How easily you remark on a stranger's fetishes. I had my suspicions that you were a traveler, but I'm certain now you could not have been raised in Alluvia. Oh, yes, beautiful Alluvia, kingdom of ungrateful prudes. They don't appreciate me here at all. I am quite certain they do not. You may have a seat and wait here, though I can't guarantee the chairs won't bite. Very funny. He smirks a little at that, and he smirks a little at that, that he turns as if to hide it. The kitchen is nearby. I won't be long. I caught a glimpse of his kitchen during my exploration last night. I noticed it was stocked with a well-loved pans. I noticed it was stocked with well-loved pans and utensils, but I never imagined that meant he used them with any frequency. Oh, that's odd. I expect you still put, woefully wounded as you are. If you wander off and I can't find you, I'll have to deposit your meat into the moat. Oh, very well. I'll tame my adventurous spirit for the time being. Wouldn't want your imaginary alligators to be fed in my place. You're catching on. Good girl. Ugh, he called me a good girl. How dare you? True to his word, the vampire returns in short order. He sets a tray loaded with roasted roots and grilled perch before me. A simple enough meal, but one of the most beautiful sights I've seen in recent memory. You know, for someone who only has visitors every 2 years, why have stock of food? I doubt, at least I hope, it's not a logistic error. At least they make a point of like saying, wow, it's very well stocked, but you only have a couple of people through like each year, or like a visitor every 2 years. So I'm really hoping there's like a logistic reason much later. Because if that is not the case, that they haven't, that there's really no good reason for them to have a stock kitchen, then this is a little bit, I don't know, loosey goosey here. Also, I'm having a hard time trying to find a suitable place for my camera because I had the character's face in this corner here, and now they're standing and looking. I guess I should be like here. There we go. It's not a plate of blood. It is not. Should I switch it up for you? No, no, I'll be quiet. I reach for a fork and slice into the fish. The fish. Excited to savor my first meal in days. I take the first bite and it's awful. Some of the prison slop tastes better than this burnt over salted tragedy. Even stranger, I taste hints of cinnamon, garlic, and coffee. Why are we feeding her garlic? Have we overlooked this part of the lore? At this point, I have no idea what I'm eating, but I'm too hungry to stop. I must have outdone myself. Don't forget to breathe. Mortals need air in the lungs, I hear. It is delicious, isn't it? My fork pauses against my lips. Now I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna survive this. Best meal I ever had. Very well done, Sir Vampire. Like you bathed the fish itself in heavenly ambrosia. Ah, I forgot to add sauce. Hard to come by such things. I stockpile what little I have. The the complete lack of sauce gives it a very unique flavor. Unique, you say? The vampire watches me finish my next bite, eyes narrowed. No matter. I care not what you think of my cooking. His his lower lip is unmistakably jutted into a small pout. I don't get to see it for long. Now that I have given you a meal, you will now give me something I want in return. Why do you keep insisting on these inane little traits? He shrugs his shoulders with a touch of derision. It is in my nature. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No service without a cost. This is too fey. This is too fey for this vampire. I'm sorry. Fine, vampire. Can I interest you in a song? He arches a brow and says nothing. I can tell I piqued his interest. I've seen your books. All technical, all technicality, no whimsy. It must have been some time since you last heard a compelling story. I shift my lute into my arms, strumming it once for intrigue, a tempting little preview. I am sorry, I'm so tongue-tied. I have a tendency to read pretty fast, and I don't really slow down before I speak. And that has a tendency to get me tripped up a little bit at times. So huge apologies here. Also, this lemonade is so tart. It's really highly concentrated. I don't mind a good sour lemonade. I mean, the sugar does balance it out. But my family does it from a store-bought concentrate. And I don't think the water did a good job in mixing it all the way. Or at least they put a little bit too much concentrate in. And it's just very, very strong. Which surprisingly is helping me say these things. It's also making my mouth water. Very well, Bard. A song in exchange for the meal. I lower my gaze to my lute, heaving a sigh I didn't know I was holding. God, I just had to play a single song. It's a simple request, one I've fulfilled thousands of times over in several dozen taverns, but the thrill of anticipation is making my fingers jitter. Just yesterday, I was grimly certain that I would never perform again. Now, now I'm performing for the vampire who is supposed to tear me to shreds. I trace a fingernail over a single string. Then I pluck at each string, sequentially. I can't say it. I really can't say it. I don't know how to say it. Sequentially, sequentially, testing and tuning in turn. And then I began to play. The vampire, who until now had a perpetual proclivity for pacing, slows and pauses mid-step to watch me with his hands folded on a writing table. This bard didn't dump intelligence. You know, I kind of figured that most bards will have charisma, intelligence, maybe a little bit of wisdom. Definitely will play up all the soft stats instead of the hard stats, which I consider hard stats as the physical stats, like your constitution, dex, and strength. My voice turns into the best weapon I ever wielded, stronger and sharper than any knife or fire iron. Notes trickle from my lungs, rushing through my throat, and pour from my lips into a song that floods the room with a tale most forlorn. The ballad I've chosen starts melancholic. It follows a young man as life takes. It follows a young man as life takes, and takes from him. His father is the first to be taken, life cut short by a plague. His betrothed the next, and batting him for a wealthier man. Wisdom and charisma, if you dump wisdom and become charmed, you could charm or incapacitate the rest of the party. If I would play a bard, I will focus charisma as my primary, followed by my intelligence. My wisdom is like a third. I would dump either constitution or strength. I mean, it's supposed to be a role playing game, and you're supposed to work with other people who are your strong, hardy party people. You're the support. And also, like, you're a reconnaissance, information gathering kind of person. And also the face of the party when they get out of line. So I don't know. I would personally dump either strength or constitution, hoping for maybe some average dex. Maybe if I'm lucky to have like average constitution. Surely have enough wisdom to have a decent saving throw, but definitely gonna have a focus on charisma and intelligence. Gotta be the smart person of the group. The wise guy. When he's brutally mugged and left for dead, he feels as though his last remnants of peace have been torn to shreds. He finds himself alone, left forgotten, left behind, forgotten. His mind is swallowed whole by rage and grief and self-loathing until one day he decides it's his turn to take. Two words, hypnotic patterns, can put the whole party out of commission if you have the charisma to cast and the wisdom to be mind controlled. Yeah, that is a good possibility. If you don't have like a cleric or a paladin, or like any other charisma focus kind of person, yeah, I could see that. He takes a torch to the stables of his former betrothed. He takes a noble woman's heart with false oaths and pretty words. He takes the world by storm, molding it wet sand, molding it like wet sand to fulfill his every desire. When I finish the song, I offer the vampire a small bow. Throughout my entire performance, his gaze clung to me like a thorn, never once wavering from my body. What a wretched protagonist. You don't like it? It's one of my most requested tavern songs. Huh. How baffling to hear that human men find inspiration in an egocentric finale. There's a version of the song with a female protagonist. It's not always requested by men. Another unexpected revelation. Although I find the song's message disagreeable, I will concede that you sung it well. How I? Thank you. Oh no! We give our bard praise for a performance! They're going to be smitten! Oh no! They're doomed! We lapse into a brief silence, not quite looking at each other. To my surprise, he's the one who speaks next. This estate. I often forget what it's like to have more than the sound of my own thoughts, and of cicadas crying in the night. With nothing to interrupt the passage of immortality, silence can be maddening. How much do you earn at these taverns of yours? How many songs did it take for you to afford an instrument of that quality? How many songs? I never thought of it that way. It really doesn't work like that. I looked down at my lute, running my fingers over its surface. It was given to me, which means I never actually had to pay for it. But I don't need to share that with him. Sometimes I compose original songs on commission, which is more time consuming, but it affords me more gold. As for crowd work, a classic in a well-stocked bar on a good night would net me several dozen coppers and a handful of gold. I suppose it amounts to 100 songs or so, if I combine the two. Of course, saving up for an artisan instrument would take even longer. Yes, yes, 100 songs, you say. 100 songs over 100 nights, and I was sure you have food, hygiene, and eventual safe passage from the estate. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I am not going to stretch, but I will drink this for a little bit. Thank you, thank you. I'll pause for like 5 minutes. Mm. Well, maybe not like 5 minutes. So we're doing a little bit of Scheherazade. 100 nights, 100 songs. We had to make sure we sing the songs that he likes. Or at least songs that proves our metal, I guess. 100 songs over 100 nights, and I assure you have food, hygiene, and eventual safe passage from the estate. Hygiene? But if I'm clean, you will want to suck my blood. Then you can be clean in the day and dirty yourself up in the night if it pleases you. Do what you will. His words hang in the air between us like a haze. Despite the numerous opportunities he had to hurt me, he hasn't laid a hand on me all night. If my safety really is guaranteed, it's a tempting deal to take. Besides, it's not like I have many other options. Just some songs and you let me go. You won't try to steal my loot while asleep. You take me for a common thief. How dare you? Such an appalling accusation when you can clearly see I still have all of my fingers. Okay, so we do take fingers off when people steal. That is reaffirms what we know from the guard. Also, a little bit weird that this vampire noble sees themselves better than a common crook. So maybe this vampire sees it as a moral obligation to get rid of the convicts that were sent to his house. Which, I'm sure there are some convicts that are like terrible. That probably do deserve to be like taken down. Maybe not as extreme as this. But with, you know, potential corruption of the system, justice system, and all that, where you have a vampire as your executioner or as a means of like punishment for those who go beyond thieving, makes you wonder. Maybe not all the convicts are actually convicts, per se. Maybe they're a little bit more the innocent flair. I mean, getting fangs and living forever can't be good for a nobleman ego. Maybe for a spell, it probably would. Maybe there's a good motive to like live as long as he did. But, the hubris of being an immortal is that everyone fades away and you're the only one left standing. And the world becomes stranger, and you are the stranger of a land that was once familiar to you. Now it's changed to where you can't tell anything apart. Almost like the elves and other like long-lived creatures. But at least they're able to like go out and about and adapt with the changing times. If they choose to. This poor dude stays in a kind of like glass bubble. He has a moat. He can't cross water. Um, which actually that's kind of more of a werewolf kind of thing, not a vampire kind of thing. Because you can't cross water. Because he's capable of being a bat and being other like animals and creatures. I assume immortals eventually look down on mortals. Been there, done that. The world changes, but the people they're saying. The boredom and frustration from patterns repetition that mortals can't perceive true. Some things change, like technology, but some things stay the same. And when you think there was like a difference where things can alter or beat the pattern, for some reason the pendulum swings to try to keep that pattern in repetition. I just find it fascinating that this vampire considers himself superior to criminals and still hangs on to that belief. The vampire raises his hands for me to see. The familiarity of the gesture is uncanny. It seemed to me that a powerful vampire like you can recover from serious wounds in an instant. You could once have been amputated at the elbow for all we know. And speaking of vampires, I seem to recall a legend that suggests your kind can't cross running water. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Maybe it does extend to vampires. Like a river. But a moat is not a river unless they're able to create a current. Which means you can't leave the estate either, can you? I'm curious to know what crime you committed to be sent here. Enough. I'll wait your song tomorrow. He stands to leave. I'm gonna go a little bit sarcastic. Good night, sweet prince. Don't let the bedbugs bite. You realize I'm not going to sleep. I just no longer wish to be in your company. Then I hope the bedbugs do bite you. Keep speaking that way, and there will be more biting than you bargained for, mortal. I clamped my mouth shut. Excuse me. He strides to the nearest window. Like before, he erupts into a mist and takes off into the night in the shape of a bat. But this time he left me with a half-finished plate of an unsauced fish. I mean, if the crown sends him gifts, then his services are worth the human sacrifices, or he might be a vampire of the royal family. I think he's like a noble birth. Something happened where he ended up as a vampire. We still need to discover how and why, the circumstances of his vampirism. But he does seem to like hold himself superior to any sort of convict, but he does like to throw mortal around a lot. So he's definitely got that ego going, where he seems above anyone. And I like they did touch that, hey, you're a prisoner of circumstance too. We could be allies here. But I don't think we have offered the hand yet. Do what you will, the vampire said. I was reluctant to believe it when he gave me the free roam of the estate, but he since made no move to impede me. I was allowed to wander wherever I pleased. I discovered little of note, just more books and the contained absence of dust. Nothing more suspicious than an errant scrap of paper for my first night. Despite my ver- Despite my best efforts to distrust him, the vampire only appears to feed me some disgusting fish and claim his song. He stays long enough to make wry commentary sometimes and small talk at other times. But in physical proximity, has given me a wide berth. Song, poof. Song, poof. He's polite enough, I suppose, and utterly uninterested in causing me harm. That was enough to move me from a cobblestone bed to a cushioned one. The days soon blend together like the colors of a sunset. Other than my fading bruises and brief performances, there's little to mark the passage of time. The monotony of our routine sways my feelings of weariness into restless puzzling. Questions swarm my mind like locusts, and my aimless wandering doesn't yield enough fruit to feed them. I like to sate my burning curiosity by interviewing my vampire, but I'm not sure how to approach him when he vanishes before my song's final notes. Besides, I still have every reason to sleep with a fire iron wedge under the door handle. Every so often, I'm startled awake by blood curdling screams. I ventured out of my room more than once, fire iron in one hand and my dagger in the other. I tracked the noise up the many flights of stairs, worried I would stumble upon the vampire feasting on an unlucky traveler who washed up the river. Okay, I like this little gothic design. Cute. Then I would stand at the foot of his coffin for a time, waiting to hear signs of a struggle, waiting to see pools of blood oozing across the floor so we know where the coffin is. So, at the very least, this is a vampire that kept his word so far. Not like the Dracula stories that we have seen, where Dracula will just say anything, do anything, and then, like, snatches you the last minute, takes you by surprise. At least this character has some semblance of honor and some morality code, and they have to abide by it. But I was always met with an eerie, unmoving silence. I went back to sleep with my bed pushed against the door each time, determined to keep out whoever or whatever was making these horrible sounds. Although I'm sure I would have run into them by now if anyone else is living in the estate, one can never be too careful. Still, as harrowing as those noises have been, me a prisoner, me a guest. Okay, interesting that we're shifting this title here. Sleeping in an actual bed is incredible. I'm starting to feel pampered. The food still leaves much to be desired, but I have pillows, blankets, and the softest pelt carpet on my floor. A creepy estate is indubitably better than camping with stinky surly guardsmen and sleeping on the ground. It's a hassle to shove my bed to and from the door, but I think it's a small price to pay. Dude, he could be a vampire or a mist. That's not going to be enough to block him, especially if it's nighttime and he goes out into the open, go through your window. Brisk, invigorating air fills my lungs as I step into the courtyard. A shiver scuttles across my spine as I settle into dewy grass. I position my songwriting journal in my lap, having recently freed it from my clothes with some careful incisions. I always get lost in thought when I turn its pages. The act of deciding on a song makes my heart swell with calm contentment. When he turns into a mesmoir him, time to put those performance lungs to test. Ew! Would he be like musty and moldy? Also, like, what if he materialized inside your lungs? I wouldn't. Pretty much sure, like, he's full of formaldehyde, carbon, and any set of dusty britches that you might have. After choosing one of my older pieces, a spirited melody I wrote when I was younger, I wrapped my lute over my shoulder and began to practice. At first I really thought that why are you taking the time to go over your songs? Why are you making a song right now? I realized that we might have to do this from time to time because we had to have 100 songs and they got to be different. So that makes sense. The calm of creative process, or the calm from the creative process, because it's familiar, despite our circumstances. Actually, now I think about it, this probably would have been the best time to create stuff because no one is bothering you. You're performing only at night. Then you're off to your own devices in the day. It's not a bad situation. My performances occurred in crowded areas before I came here. I had to compete with the clamor of moving people, from passerbys to raucous drunks. Here in the grass, I found myself not needing to fight for coin or attention. I can focus on my music. And nature itself is my ensemble. I did. Don't we want him to materialize into us? Oh my god. Are we falling for the hunky vampire already? I sing softly, timing my rhythm with the shifting trees and the gurgles of the moat. I like to imagine my notes, quiet though they are, carrying far into the forest, reverberating down the mountains. Performing without an audience. My pulse quickens. Startled by the sudden voice, my fingers slip. The next drum is discordantly off key. I squint skywards, trying to make out shapes in the darkness. In the darkness, I recline across a brick parapet overhead. The vampire stares down at me with his usual flat expression. What if. Okay, this is me being silly. But what if he's doing like the labyrinth moment where he's like actually standing horizontally, staring down at you, or like peering in while he's standing horizontally, just like upside down? Like, oh, no audience. What you doing? That would be funny. I love that. I hope that's the case. I slammed my journal shut and hid it behind my back. Yo, did you mean to sneak up on me? You'll have to try harder than that if you want to catch me off guard. In an easy, soundless motion, the vampire drops to the ground like a falling feather. He saunters towards me, eyes glimmering like diamonds in the dark. Oh no, not diamonds in the dark! I can assure you that if I were to try harder at such a thing, you would not wish to be the recipient of my attention. And I'll have you know that I was here first. Then I suppose I've disturbed you. I didn't mind. His reply was faster and more decisive than I anticipated. My heart hammers harder against my ribs. Don't fall for him! Be strong, Bard! Be strong! What is this? Fear? Am I really afraid of a speedy retort? Ridiculous. In a vain attempt to hide weakness, I hover my hand over my chest. No, I suppose you wouldn't mind a free ballad. Shouldn't you be hibernating in the rafters this time of night? I don't normally perform for another hour or two. Not tonight. He gestures to the night sky. The moon above us looks swollen, rounder, and larger than I remember ever seeing it. Even so, is a mere full moon really so impressive? I part my lips to express my thoughts when a warm shadow inches across the moon's surface, spreading from its left side like a cocoon around a caterpillar. Yay! Environmental storytelling! There we go. I was hoping we had that earlier. Link! Beware the blood moon, Link. Your fallen enemies will come back and try to kill you, Link. I speak in a weird British accent. Oh wait, I had to allow this. Sorry that you got caught by it. Yes, tap your bosom to calm your fear while he stares at your veins and listen to fluttering heart. We have no shame. No, no shame at all whatsoever. No. Soon the moon is as red as a sunset, a glowing rosy marble anchored in the night sky. Where's our illusions of like we had earlier where we're like knifing through the lake, a knife in the back of someone. Now it's like rose and some marble, it's a sunset. Can we have like blood? Can we have the moon is engorged with blood or something like that? I don't know. Maybe, you know, it is a little bit different, but try to keep the tone. A blood moon. A total lunar eclipse is the technical term, though you may call it what you like. Oh, they do know their astronomy, which is fascinating. Makes you wonder when. Actually, now I just realized, depending on the culture, astrology/astronomy can be popular enough of those who have learned. It's not like mandatory learning. Free range tastes better than dungeon stored. Hey now, those sellers keep it cold, keep it nice and fresh, you know? The problem's the bruising. It only occurs 3 times a year. Okay, so this is a different world where it's 3 times a year instead of 2 times a year. The people of Luvia insist that the blood moon's a bad omen. And seeing one during my travels was a forbidding sight. Yet, the vampire watches the moon with such earnest intensity, I fear his admiration for it is contagious. It's beautiful. What? What does it mean for you? Are you more powerful, I last? The vampire barks out a small, surprised laugh, and his eyes cut away from the stargazing to glance at me. No, not at all. I simply. He folds his arms behind his back. I enjoy the view. The parapet is the best spot to observe the heavenly bodies in the sky. The ground is a close second. Ah. The vampire tilts his head, watching me with an expression I never seen him wore before. Confused guilt. What? What is it? My hand twitches, ready to seize the dagger in my belt. I have been referring you to as a bard, immortal all this time. I don't believe I ever asked for your name. Oh no, this vampire wants to know our first name. Ah, I rest my hand over my lute, relaxing somewhat. You're right. We yelled at each other in the hall and never even introduced ourselves. You can call me Abby. Someone. Abby. Normal. Yeah, that'll work. This opportunity for love or darling? Oh, we're not that close. Change the default name. Heck yeah. Abby Normal. Yes. It suits you. Does it? He smiles at me enigmatically. Okay. This has been going on for quite some time in this visual novel. This is one of those show don't tells. And they have done really great. They did a great job in showcasing the environment. Sometimes, not extensively. Okay, they're not really painting a picture except for like moments like these. At least, the visual novel part is providing that vibe as well. Um, but when it comes to like body movement, showcasing our emotions, showcasing our facial features, we have a tendency to do something like this. And I thought, okay, I could just ignore it. I could just spin and grare because it is like a free game. And for the most part, they're not like wrong. It's just not doing the heavy lifting. And I know it's like streamlining things. I know we don't need to do purple prose, but like this is annoying. This is a little annoying. You can describe a smile. You can describe their facial features, or they just simply smirk. They grin. A smile blossoms. Um, it flickers. A twitch. You know, you can describe it or describe the whole facial features, describe their stance, how they position themselves, how they hold their hands and everything without telling me it's enigmatic. You can't say the way he smiles at me is magnetizing. You could do that, that reveals to you, the player, that this character is starting to become smitten by their behavior. This kind of like missed the opportunity of like showcasing our character's mindset falling for them. Like the smile makes me feel this way, or like describing motions and behaviors that would you as a writer find enigmatic or like seductive or swoon worthy. So just a little bit of a push to do a little bit more. Where a bard thirsty is the default setting, I know. The fact that we made ourselves comfortable here is so telling of us as a bard. Oh, we sing songs to a vampire for 100 days? Sure, sign me up. I just make sure I survive near the end of it. No problem. I see his coffin there. He's okay. I just go over to my room. I trust him. Which, to be honest, so far he hasn't done everything. I mean, he has done enough to make us feel he is ruled by honor. He does have a moral code. And it does make sense for her to kind of like drop her guard a little bit, but she has enough survival sense to try to like self preserve herself a little bit. But we're messy. We're a messy bar. So just like a miss storytelling moment of describing the slow, not like slow. It's not slow. It's actually pretty fast because, it is a bird. But like we're dropping our mode of survival and we're becoming close. And we could try to describe their movements a little bit more here. But I don't know. I'm nitpicky, of course. I'm just pointing things out. This is the type of stuff that I would try to change when I have enough time in my prose. That I will try to convert over and rewrite. And this normally will pop up in like first draft, second draft, something like that. Take the time to let the reader be immersed. This is okay telling us this, but if you want immersion, go a little bit further. You can call me Lucius. Lucius, not luscious. His name weighs on my tongue like a stone. I never imagined myself learning it. With how often he alluded to his immortality, it slipped my mind that he must have been a human man once. It's a humbling thought. Is that humbling? Moreover, this is the longest amount of time we spent without the distraction of music or bartering. He's even feeling affable enough to learn my name. Also, I do love big words like this. Having like this type of diction is good. I do like seeing it sprinkled throughout the dialogue. Not dialogue, but like in the prose. It is nice, very refreshing. Some editors, when they're trying to hit like a certain like readability, it might get removed to like ease the readability part, but it's refreshing for me. I really don't mind. I know some people may have to reach like a dictionary to like grab it and understand, but we have a walking dictionary here. It won't take much to look it up. I should try questioning him my questions. Of course, my dyslexia. I should try asking him my questions. I mean, I get a better chance than this. Lucius, if I ask you some questions, will you insist on making it a barter? Hmm. I also have this quirk that I don't like redundancy. I don't like the redundancies here, and I don't like the semi redundancy here. I am a victim of redundancies in sentences, and I do try to remove it, but once in a while, it like tends to sneak back in. So try to avoid this. The vampire doesn't respond for a while. Again, it's a personal quirk. I don't like it. I like to like shake things up. I'm one of those that I do focus on sentence per sentence because I'm a slow reader and I like taking my time. So seeing that redundancy is too much for me. It depends on the question. I suppose that's fair. How about this? You don't have to answer a question if you don't want to. I can move on to the next one and we'll talk for as long as you're willing to entertain me. Ah, now I'm the one entertaining you, and at a generous cost of nothing but an amusing turn of events. I'm surprised you're so eager to talk to me. I believe you said something about the maddening science of eternity. I began to understand what you meant. I see. Ask your questions then, abnormal. I will not ask for you to trade your possessions, but I may like to quell my own curiosity in exchange. He agreed. I wet my lips with anticipation. Calm down. No, that bard. Calm down. There's some. There is sometimes this noise. It sounds like screaming. That doesn't sound much like a question. I'll rephrase. What? The source of the noise will not hurt you. It is now your turn to answer my question. Sorry, that is me being tongue-tied. The haste with which Lucius changes the topic is unexpected, but not altogether unwelcome. He did sate my curiosity to a degree. No, he didn't. He kind of deflected. Oh, it won't hurt you. It's fine. Nothing to worry about, little tiny mortal. It's okay. Tell me something. As a bard, what do you know of the stars? A simple question that leads to a comprehensive answer. Wise play, vampire. I observe the pinpricks of light above us, winking in and out of the mauve cover night. I don't remember the last time I relaxed enough to admire them. Before my arrival here, looking at the stars meant I was even looking over my shoulder. I needed to watch my own back, keep myself safe and alive. Though I sung of beauty and adventure, it seemed pointless to actually indulge in such things. I was far more focused on where I would lay my head or earn my next coin. How strange to be able to indulge in stargazing now with a vampire standing nearby. Is this in a plan to make us for him and agree to become his bride? I wonder. Oh, make us fall for him. Possible. I feel like there's a bit of a thralling situation, but not like a control situation because he hasn't bitten her yet. So I don't know. Maybe there is something that he's needing. Okay. I have to say, I know we're pretty early in the game. I've yet to see anything that is LGBTQ. So I'm curious if our character is like a bisexual character, because, it is a bard, or like a pansexual character. Or maybe, there's a more unique aspect with our vampire host that we haven't discovered yet. So I'm really curious because it didn't pop up as one of the Steam tags, but when I filter it out, it like popped up. So I wonder if it's like really hidden in the game. I trace different patterns in the sky, moving with practiced ease between each dot. The horned serpent always points north. Even as its body shifts, its tail will tell you where you've been and where you must go. Ooh, I like a little bit of world building like this. This is nice. Ah, yes, the horned serpent. Anything else? It's harder to navigate using the others, but I know a few stories. This box-shaped cluster is the treasure trove of the goddess Vilandrinum. Supposedly it contains every possession humans have lost throughout their lives. And I draw my finger between these 7 brightest stars in the sky. That's the first king's crown. Horned serpent, real subtle. I like that it is their version of the North Star. Again, this is a world where they have like 3 lunar eclipses instead of 2. So I like this. I like this world building aspect. Also, it kind of feels weird that they were talking about I normally don't look at the sky because I gotta watch my back. But then we're going to detail about the sky. It's a little bit jarring. The stories say he bequeathed it to the heavens, an offering to the gods to keep his bloodline on the throne. It's actually funny. Olivia hasn't had a king in centuries, and it most certainly isn't his bloodline anymore. Seems the gods played a nasty trick on him, huh? Lucius chuckles. It's such a low and abrupt sound that I lost my train of thought. Now, I do have to say, I do like that the bard is talking about the lore of this world to the vampire and to us. It shows that the vampire is not the only one with some knowledge. Our character has some knowledge underneath their belt as well. So it's nice and refreshing. So if I will counterbalance, I would say like they had some training. Maybe they have learned how to like look at the stars. But they haven't done it recently because of that situation. That's how I would like adjust things. They may have indeed. Abby Normal. I may yet know a story that you do not know. Shall I share it with you? I arch my eyebrow at that. It says I don't know the story. You're being unfair, vampire, making me play guessing games. Lucius. Lucius, right, you're being unfair, Lucius. Then tell me this, Abby Normal. Do you know the story of when the stars first appeared? There's a story behind that. Aside from the idea that each one was placed in the sky by the gods, I suppose I don't know this one after all. I knew it. Oh, don't gloat. Are you going to share the story with me or not? He lets out another low chuckle before he deigns to continue. Oh no, is he going to mansplain? I suppose no one knows for certain how the stars were created, but one of my guests shared with me a tale from his homeland. Unlike the self-serving stories Illuvia dictates to its children, oh my god. His kingdom believes that humans were not always a fixture in our realm. He believed that once, a very long time ago, the world existed in an endless night. A quiet, pitch-black quilt of eternity, unbroken by castle spires and bonfire smoke. When humans began roaming the earth, they would hold their newborns up to see the divine darkness. The stars above them dotting the skies in this peacefully lonely world were believed to befriend these infants and provide protection. The stars were there when we first arrived and they will persist long after we are gone. That is what he believed. Thus, watching the night sky is when we are closest to glimpsing what it was like at the beginning of the world and what it will be at its end. Oh, gods. Did your guest earn his freedom with this story? I would have given it to him, yes. I would have given it to him. He did something that made him change his mind. Noted. His cryptic phrasing gives me pause, and Lucius falls quiet. His gaze remains transfixed on the sky. Meanwhile, I'm having trouble tearing my eyes from him, and for the melancholic air he wears like a heavy cloak. See, that is good! Immersion in storytelling, right here! This is nice! I don't know how I could ever miss it before, because I think that sadness has always been there. We are falling for him, which is not exactly what I want our person to do. The more time spent here, the harder it becomes to see him as the monster Olivia led me to believe he was. Perhaps that's what makes him dangerous. Or perhaps it could be a bard, a spoony bard. And I just spoon in the bed. I shiver again, rubbing my arms as a breeze whisks through my hair and clothes. Lucius turns promptly away from the sky, clicking his tongue at me. If you're cold, head inside. It would be challenging to play a lute, with icicles for fingers. No, I like to stay out here a little longer. Monsters aren't supposed to watch the sky and tell you stories about where the stars came from. Yeah, they do. They gloat. They drop your defenses, and then they eat you. Monsters aren't supposed to spare your life and cook disgusting fish for you. The wrongness of my perception of him is eating away at me. I need to ask him my next question. Were you human once, Lucius? How? It doesn't take him long to pick up where I trail off. How did I turn into this? No, He holds up his hand to stop me. He's not bothered by the exact phrasing of the question. I was human once, Abby normal, and in many ways I still am. You are well aware of the standard method of vampiric infection, I'm sure. Be bitten once, be bitten by one, mix their blood with your own. Then there's usually some manner of death or near death experience. But then, voila! You're ravenous mortal of the night. But I suspect you are also aware that I'm not, created in the same way as the others have been. I'm quite alive rather than undead, and I have no sire or coven to compel my allegiance. Okay, so we did answer those questions. I was not aware of all that, but from his subtext, I gathered that the blood-curdling screams aren't coming from another vampire. Good to know. Additionally, as I hope you've noticed, I have not lost my mortality to bloodlust. It was your most likable trait during our wayward first meeting. Good. He catches himself, as if he didn't mean to agree with me, before he shakes it off. Just as humans have notable differences, not all vampires are the same. But the people of Luvia are keenly familiar with the ferocity of vampire spawn, who routinely raid their homes and eat their children. I do not blame Illuvians for believing the worst of me by proxy, though I do find an occasional amusement in the things they say. Tell me, Abnormal, what tales are the good people spinning about me these days? Or better yet, have you any theories of your own? Theories of my own? I don't think so. I've heard bits and pieces of vampire lore, but I never felt the need to speculate. I never seen a vampire before I met Lucius. There's all sort of legends about you, but some were more akin to tall tales. People refer to you as some sort of ominous presence or a natural disaster. As for how you were created, as you say, one of the guardsmen who captured me, he believed you stole from the gods. Did I? I'm impressed with myself. How did I manage such a feat? They said you broke into the church's wine cellar and drank your fill. As punishment, the gods curse you with a voracious appetite for the blood of your own people. Huh. I've said before that I'm not a thief, but overindulging in wine does sound like something I'll do. I always have a fondness regrets. Any thoughts? You're what happens when a man mates with a bat? He does have these weird hands that are a little bit bestial, which might allude to him like being baddish. You dealt with demons? I don't know if I want to go that route. Interesting. So when I hover this, we're looking straight ahead. And we're like a little bit taken back, the whole situation here. But with this, we're casting our gaze aside, as if we don't really want to admit that our host has some failings, or like some sort of sympathy, even though we are like falling for them. I don't think they had showcased where they dealt with demons. It's not enough for me. So I'm gonna go with this. A little bit of the snark doesn't hurt. You're what happens when a man mates with a bat. I beg your pardon. Okay, this wasn't specifically about you. It was something I overheard in a tavern. But since you do turn into a bat, I thought the idea had some merit. They were talking about how vampires were born after a man, you know. Implying my poor late father took common animals to bed. He'll be rolling in his grave tonight. Ah, but perhaps you're not too far off from the truth. My mother had her bestial moments. Oh my, what an astonishing thing to say about one's own mother. You tricked me into another guessing game, you know? Are you going to tell me the truth, or will you keep goading me to recite absurd theories? His white fangs gleam when he smiles, reflected against starlight. Why? If I reveal all my secrets now, I fear there will be no riveting banter left to pass the time. No, mommy issues and he's toxic. I'm interested. No! I could fix him. We wish to stay the hand of maddening silence for as long as we can, do we not? Fine, we do. Maybe I can ask you about simpler things. I retrieved a small charcoal scrap I found on my first night of exploring, putting it up for him to see. I found this under the curtains. What can you tell me about it? Oh, we don't like it. Fix it, we can make each other worse. Is that? Lucius moves toward me and halts mid-step. His hands linger in the air between us, as if the scrap is a loaf of bread and he hasn't had a meal in weeks. The intensity of his reaction compels me to stand and turn. After a moment of hesitation, I gently set it in his palm. Lucius practically cradles the scrap, his fingers passing reverently over the smudged charcoal. I just thought I was being helpful by tidying up a spotty mess. I was going to tease you about it. You actually recognize it? I do. His demeanor has completely changed, almost to an unrecognizable degree. His stooped shoulders don't resemble the rigid, dry-humored vampire I come to know. Then again, I hadn't taken the time to know him until tonight. He breathes out a shuddering difficulty as if his lips have gone dry, but slowly he begins to speak again. I ripped it to shreds one night. I was so angry back then. The night I arrived. No, this was a long time ago. This was a portrait of someone I once knew. A portrait I once knew before. Oh, I shake my head when he starts to hand the scrap back to me. You don't need to give it back, Lucius. It was yours to begin with. Unless you ripped the drawing because you hate the person depicted? Do you not want it anymore? Lucius avoids my eyes, though he tucks the scrap carefully in his pocket. A pointed question. Humans really do prefer black and white thinking, don't they? It's fascinating that we had that confirmation he was human. He was turned, and he has enough time spent as a vampire to develop this sense of distance between himself and other mortal kind, other humankind. Yeah, I really do wonder if he was once a she because it looked like it was a dress. And maybe they have moved on from there. I could be wrong, but that would be a wonderful take. Or maybe it's someone that you once knew, like a romantic interest, who wore a dress. Maybe someone sees themselves in a feminine light or like has an interest in dressing in dresses. And like they destroyed it because they had to move on. Maybe it's someone who they had for a long time and they just passed away from old age. Maybe that's what I like to think. But I like the assumption that maybe they can't see their own reflection and maybe it was a drawing of them and they have moved on. Who needs tea vampire bites? Right? He's referring to me by my mortality again rather than my name. It's complicated then, a sore subject? Yes. Oh, angry face! Okay. Sorry. His nappy tone made me flinch, but I hold my ground and refuse to let it show. Danger! Danger, little bard! Because how can hatred persist in a vacuum of eternity? Once anger has finished ransacking what remains of your soul, all that left is exhaustion? Lucius narrows his eyes at me. How would you know such a thing? I gave him an innocent little shrug. I'm not ready to change the topic to myself because I find myself generally wanting to know more about him. Lucius regards me for a while longer, tapping his finger against his collarbone before he relents with a sigh. I see no reason to keep this secret from you. Wow, we are divulging things here in this episode. We're jumping everything out. I would like to prefer everything given in piecemeals. Like one night we talk about the stars, the next night uh, we talk about our names, where we come from, and maybe one night, I'll represent this, and then he gets mad and walks away. And the next night we talk about it, and maybe the next night we do this. So I don't know. I feel like the pacing is a little bit rushed. Then again, it is a free game. And in the middle of the game, you dump everything. You give some info. Though I feel like we're going a little bit overboard here. I like it spread out a little bit more. But it's free. It's nice. It's it's good. It's not great. It's good. I just prefer like a little bit over time. Some a little bit banter, you know, I feel like this blood moon is the moment where vampires had to give up everything to talk about someone. Like, I could trust you before I could eat you. I'll tell you everything that you need to know. And then, like, after the blood moon happens, they go, "Oh my god, I gotta kill you and silence you." The portrait depicts the reigning monarch who exiled me here over 300 years ago. Her Majesty Hildegard Edge Heaven. Hildegard. We were in love with the Majesty Hildegard. Okay. Oh, that's so sad that we took this route. That it was a real portrait of a Majesty. Oh. I had suspected we've both been punished by members of the royal family, but to have it confirmed. My mind races and I bit my lip. I don't want to upset him any further with a poorly timed question. Carry on asking whatever you like. I'll be normal. Within reason. I will indulge your curiosity. Who cares if the bard knows? Just none on them afterwards? True. Very true. My questions burst from me like water from a long-suffering dam. How did you come upon the portrait? I hear it's illegal to depict the faces of the royal family in common artwork. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, a little bit of lore drop there. That's nice. Just having one in your possession, it's an open act of rebellion, isn't it? His lips lift on one side, taking on a smug edge. Now I think about it, like 300 years ago, if we do 300 years ago, that's the beginning of our nation here in the US. Almost the beginning of the American nation. Ugh. I meant to say the United States nation. I should say. The Americas were the Americas long before it was discovered by colonists. I'm well aware. 300 years ago. That's a huge cultural shift. 300 years. What further punishment do you think the current crown can bestow upon me if they found out? Perhaps they will banish me to a different estate? Or perhaps they'll stop sending me guests, hoping in vain that I'll dry up like a prune from the lack of blood and attention. Oh no, he needs attention! To answer your question, I describe her face to an artist from memory. So you've seen her. You knew her from before. What did you do to Queen Hildegard? Did you break into her wine cellar? Or were you her former lover? She exiled you when she caught you in bed with another. Disgusting. No. We were never thus involved. Besides, I prefer to take one partner at a time. Juggling two seems taxing at best. The honor code comes through. I love a consistent character. Or at least a consistent morality. Or like a philosophical view. He didn't depict the royals in common art to avoid assassination by common folk, but mingle with the down low to avoid lookalikes taking advantage. Yes and no. I mean, they do self portraits, they do have their images showcased. I don't think owning a royal face, I should say their face would be public, as it will be presented for everyone to be seen. like statues or other paintings or other art presented out for the public to see, but like in possession of a royal face, that doesn't really happen until like what, Victoria times? Where everyone has a picture of Victoria in their houses? I'm sure like a citizen that really admires their monarch will try to have a portrait to like admire from afar. Some of them do, not all, of course. So I find it curious that something like this is enforced, like a little bit more severely. Which I have to say, considering with some people who want to have their faces depicted everywhere on everything, to have something like this is part of their wall building. It's a refreshing change of pace. But based on your logic, on what you said when you met me, you must have committed a crime so deeply, grievously, utterly heinous to have it said here. Am I wrong? It has been a long time since I last felt like I was sitting in a confessional booth. I don't miss the glint of amusement that danced across his otherwise unflappable features. Whatever I did ask you first, as you said, and all this time I've been dying to know what unforgivable crimes you committed. Oh, I made a vampire feel like he's dying. Quite a feat on my part. I sneezed. You must really get indoors. Come, I'll walk with you. You will not be beset by distant screams when I am by your side. Yes. All right, let's get indoors. Oh, noes! The indoors! We're going to be confined together. How about a hint then? A hint about what are you still thinking about? What, you're still thinking about it? You're insatiable. It's one of my most charming personality traits. Come on, let's trade hints about why we're here, what crimes we committed. Will you go first? I will go first. He seems satisfied with that, though he also decides to occupy his hands with a cleaning cloth. I mean, some countries carry on the practice. In 2014, 17, and 20, Maroc sentenced 3 doppelgangers of the king who scammed officials. If I remember correctly, Thailand has locked up someone who is a doppelganger of the king. Oh, fascinating. Yeah, impersonating is a totally different thing. But like having a picture, that's different. I think it's like back then, most of the portraits are done to make you look good, but not to be accurate, whereas a photo will show all of your features and flaws. So you can try to look like that. And we have come pretty far in how we can disguise ourselves in many different ways. I watch him clean every surface he touches like a whirlwind of sanitation. He tends to settle into one of the various lounge chairs during our nightly performances, but without the backdrop of my music, I notice he seldom likes to hold still. Well, I'm waiting on your hint. Ah, I haven't come up with a hint yet. I glanced down at my lute and songwriting journal, trying to remember what it was like when I first held them in my hands. I remember how jealous the other girls were when our overseers chose to train me as an entertainer. It was a coveted position, and was so proud. We have internet and social media, still those things happen. I imagine without modern tech, a royal doppelganger was worth his weight on gold. In gold, I'm sure. I'm sure. And I'm sure that like it would be easier to have like a doppelganger when it comes to like security measures when you're passing through town, Or like when you're traveling, you have a doppelganger like running some things, or like presenting, or like traveling in your stead, and they have flunkies to make sure that do what they're told. They're like impersonating a royal person to try to like do some shenanigans. Yeah. I remember how jealous the other girls were when our overseers chose to train me as an entertainer. It was a coveted position. I was so proud. I remember the crushing disillusionment when I realized they would never allow me to play or speak freely. The strict, inflexible lessons where they rapped my knuckles with a cane for the slightest mistake. I remember how I swore that one day I'll say or do whatever the hell I wanted. Damn the consequences. Oh, yeah, yeah. I heard about the tales of that Iron Mask, and I saw the Leonardo DiCaprio movie. Hold on, my allergies are getting really bad. I'm not stranger to the idea of the royals using doppelgangers or having like twins. And also, like, if you do have twins or like siblings, you know, it's not at all surprising that you try to limit the scope of power. So, not surprised in the least. So, I wonder, you know, in that case, if our vampire is related. That's one theory. You already know that I have dogged a perchance of speaking my mind, Lucius. I grew up in a stifled home where this attitude was deeply discouraged. Once I broke free of them, I didn't want to hold myself back. I was drawn to everything I couldn't do while I was growing up. I wanted to see the world, and I did. There are times I've been relentless, unreasonable, and careless, all in the name of acting freely. It's gotten me in trouble more than once. Being sent here is the latest in a long line of consequences I've brought upon myself. Wow, an honest bard feeling guilty of our consequences? Wow, shocking. I see. You grew up among people who wanted to break your spirit and punish you when you did not bend. The style of home you describe sounds a lot like an alluvian one. You have much in common with the children here. More than you know. I bit the inside of my cheek, taking a moment to weigh my options. As far as I can tell, he has been honest with me. Should I not be honest with him in turn? No. Well, not yet. Malicious, I'm from here. I'm from Olivia. What? So you do know all the Illuvian beliefs and customs, yet the way you act and carry yourself is in spite of them. Huh. It seems we're both rather insolent, you and I. Though you should have given Though they should have given you credit for turning out as entertaining as you did. I don't act this way despite them, not intentionally. I ran away at a young age and haven't returned in years. I suppose I've shed what little Illuvian manners I had. But if you left to see the world, why in heaven did you come back? Don't you now owe me a hint? A hint. He echoes me, folding his arms in front of his chest. Finally ceased cleaning, or perhaps ran out of things to clean, and has settled into his usual velvet chase. A hint about what I did to end up here. Lucius aims his face at the ceiling as if he could see the stars through it if he stared hard enough. Also, I feel like if we're dealing with a blood moon situation, would the blood moon filter into this room? Just saying. I don't think I did anything wrong, abnormal. You don't? Oh, people. Okay, I'm gonna let it go. I'm running out of time. After I made myself vulnerable, told him where I'm from, and detailed the shortcomings of my personality. The nerve! Of course. It's never an equal power balance with vampires. What does that even mean? You don't think he did anything wrong? How does that qualify as a hint? That doesn't. I falter as I notice that Lucius isn't arguing with me, or even looking my way. Will you play me the song you were practicing outside? Abby Normal? I fear we do not have all the time in the world. I'll be forced to return to my coffin before long. Forced? You say it as if you can't sleep in a bed with the curtains drawn shut. I'm cool with the blood moon, just not the weird horny face stuff. I can't stand that book. What book? Are you talking about like all the romanticy stuff? Also, like at first with him dealing with bargains and permissions and like asking for things and then getting upset when it's rejected, it makes me wonder like most vampires don't have that type of moral conundrum. And for like 300 years, I really do think he is like a man of honor. He's a good guy, but he became a vampire. Maybe, perhaps. Though good guy is a little bit like strained here. But at first in this game, I felt like it was a little Fae-ish, a little bit. But, you know, with Blood Moon, it was really cool. Though during lunar eclipses, they don't really go that red. Forced. You say as if you can't sleep in bed with the curtains drawn shut. I would if I could. I dearly miss sleeping in a bed. Wait, you can't actually sleep in a bed? Why not? Questions, questions. Despite his griping, Lucius did not leave me in suspense. Vampires are prone to compulsions. Universally, they cannot enter one's home without invitation, and they cannot set foot across running water. I hear some vampires are even compelled to count spilled seed and grain or to count the holes in a fishing net. I have additional compulsions. A curse, courtesy of Her Majesty Hildegard, edge of heaven. When she had me exiled, she also used sorcery to bind me to a coffin. Okay, so Hildegard is a sorceress royalty. Okay, cool. I cannot stray far from it, lest my insights twist upon themselves, strangling me from within. So she cursed him as a vampire. Maybe she's a vampire. A court of thorns and roses. We get it, the magic of the moon made you horny. They didn't have to be so weird about it. Okay, honestly, I never read those books. I'm not like a heavy romance person. Which is shocking, I know, because there is like a heavy romance element in the Doppelganger Queen. The first night I resisted the coffin's call and slept in a separate chamber. I awoke, vomiting blood. Naturally, this is far from ideal. I need to retain all the blood I have. You asked me if I hated the subject in the portrait. Well, it's true that my anger has faded into exhaustion. I do still find her abominable. She knew how I despise tight spaces. Oh no, claustrophobia. Okay. Oh gods. Lucius, that's terrible. Terrible enough for us to move on to a nightly performance? Yes, of course. Forgive me. I clear my throat, brushing my fingers over my neck. What are you doing now? Is that where you like me to bite you? I yank my hand away from my neck as if I touch a hot pan. Lucius? I just. If I bit you there, you would die from blood loss. Though I would bite you if you ask it of me. Are you so certain you're not interested in eternal life? The writing is good, the pathos, the drama, etc. The spice is weird. Definitely the author thinly veiled fetish. Well, it's got to come from somewhere for these romance authors and erotica authors. I mean, I don't think it would be wise to write something you absolutely despise or hate, you know, unless it's like a character moment or like a personality moment of what they would do. But I'm not surprised, really. I would not consider it beneath them. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with like entertaining one's fantasies and like let it be revealed in that way. I have a lot of author friends who are like romance and erotica authors. But, I don't read it. I like supporting them. I really do think they're awesome. Not that you're saying that it is bad or terrible or anything like that. And I definitely don't think you are dismissing them in the slightest. But when you're writing material, sometimes you write material because you are like entertaining the idea and it took your imagination by storm. And in this case, it is through a romantic or sexual, fantasy. They make it last 5 books, of course. Of course. I'm sure, like, besides the romance, the political intrigue is really good. And the world building is fascinating. Though I would bite you if you ask it of me. Are you so certain that you're not interested in eternal life? You keep talking like a man who no longer wants to hear a song. Lucius raised his hands in surrender, though it caught sight of his shoulders still quaking with amusement. Chapter 5. I'm going to look up how many chapters there are in this game. Just to make sure that I'm not like accidentally overdoing it. Oh, it turns out there's a book called Ballads of Midnight. Or Ballads at Midnight, not of Midnight. 7 chapters. Okay. And we're at chapter 5. I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I'm going to save. I talk way too long. Here we go. And that should be enough to continue next time. Which, by the way, do y'all want next time to be Monday? Because I was thinking, like, if I really want to go through this list of games that I really want to do, I feel like 4 days is not enough. And I wonder if y'all want me to do some of these games on Monday. gonna turn on some music here real quick. Yeah, Monday I write, but I've been thinking of replacing Monday writing with like short stories and fanfics or like other stuff that's meant for Substack. But with these games that I want to go through, I'm not going through them as fast as I normally would in the past. And I was wondering if y'all are okay just for like the next couple of weeks or so that or at least like 4 weeks to like replace Mondays with some gaming just so I could like go through this list. But truth be told, Mondays I get very distracted with all the chatting. I don't really get anything done. And I end up having to like write at later on that night. And I really do like chatting with all of you. And I don't want to take away writing streams. So I was thinking, like, for a while, maybe I should replace writing in my book to just writing for short stories that are meant for Substack. To, like, at least, have something for Substack for everyone to, like, enjoy and appreciate. And when I ran out of those short stories, like, double check to see if I could, like, go back into my fourth book. Because believe it or not, I do write outside of stream. Okay, I do write before stream. Um, I do definitely write on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays if I'm not doing any sort of recordings. And there are times where if I feel like I'm behind, I'll write at night. So not writing at 4 hours just so I could discuss in detail about these type of games, I really don't mind. The question is, do you guys mind? Because right now my publisher is a little bit swamped with a bunch of things, and they haven't hit me up yet with any of the updates that I need to look at, or like any sort of like further discussions about the matters, which is something that is between me and my publisher. In fact, tonight I'm gonna actually take like a couple of hours to write in my latest chapter. This isn't a democracy. We can't impose. Okay. Well, I'm allowing it as a democracy. I know for sure you guys love to chat with me when I attempt to write. And respectfully, I don't really get a lot done. Uh, I don't want to make you guys feel guilty, though, when I say that. So, like, I want to, like, shake things up on Monday. So, I'm gonna sleep on it, I'm gonna think about it, but if y'all really are okay with it, I don't mind doing it. Because there's this game, and then there's Fear of the Spotlight. And if I'm taking like this long with Ballads of Midnight, which is supposed to be like a 2 hour game, I would say, oh no, let me give you back your points. I'm actually ending the stream. Hold on. Sorry. I gotta give you your points back. Um, if I'm really taking this long with these games that I have planned, I'm not gonna get through all of them in like 4 days. So I've been thinking about it, and I just want to do it just for Pride Month, and um, and then we'll go back to like normal, a game once a week, stuff like that. Was trying to get a read for your question. Oh, like a tarot reading. That's not a bad idea. Let me do that. While poor Firefox is trying to download this browser for me. Oh, it finally did. Here we go. All right, you got your points back. Would it be wise to supplant Monday streams with these games just for a temporary time, like for 4 weeks? Would it be wise to do so? Let me phrase it that way. Would it be wise to switch it up where I play these games on Mondays as well? I got 7 of Swords. All right. I'll take that hint. Anything to add from the Oracle card? Adding to that 7 of Swords. Of course it popped out. Oh. New blueprints. Powerful, meaningful change starts with you today. Despite our desire for change, we can be overwhelmed by all that is going on, and making a positive impact can seem impossible. We have more of a voice than we realize. This card inspires action, no matter how small, that will create a ripple of light in the world. You are part of a bigger picture, a greater story, and your actions, your choices, your presence are making a difference. You have more power than you realize. Focus on what you can do and do it well. Change takes time, so make plans and start now. One can say this is counteracting with this card, but I think it's lining up with it in a way where I am doing more than I think I am. So maybe I should be content and just keep it on Saturdays. And maybe I am making a difference, no matter how small, on Mondays, and just stick to writing my book on Mondays. And maybe it's okay if I keep doing it little by little. Maybe I'm fooling myself. Maybe that's what the swords are about. That maybe I'm deceiving myself, thinking that I'm not doing enough. Which I'll take that with a grain of salt. Wisdom from the stars. We have an answer. Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep it as is. And I am going to just focus on my main book. And don't feel bad for not doing any sort of short stories for Substack. Which is kind of where I like hang out with my author friends, or like making new connections with other authors, if I'm going to be honest. Though, if you guys are on Substack, I do have it available. I do have it available as a link in my bio. If I don't, I definitely have it on my website as a short story thing. So far, Dan Stillamort is on there. Bird with No Name is also on there. But it's kind of nice and validating to know that, like, what little I have done is good enough. And that's surprisingly kind. So yeah, next week I'll continue on Ballads of Midnight. And Monday will definitely be a righty kind of stream. If you want to chit chat with me, you're more than welcome to do so. And I'll just accept what little I was able to do. So have a wonderful weekend. Happy Pride, everyone. And I'll see you next time. Bye bye.